Hey, what's up, Sophia?
Hey, not a
Hey,
damn
hey,
thing right
hey.
now.
Not a damn thing. Yeah, man. We're gonna react to Alex O'Connor interview with Sam Harris. Sam Harris is a non-dualist Buddhist. And if you listen to this whole thing, it kind of gets you in the mind. He kind of gives me the vibe of that last guy we were Buddhist guy we were reacting to. That
Another one
Jay
like that.
Garfield.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like as far as the belief system, not as far as the argumentation, because Sam Harris wasn't really arguing so much, but they were just having like a conversation, and Sam Harris was kind of pulling out some of the problems he had with idealism and thinking that actually materialism makes a better, even though he's not a materialist necessarily, he says. He goes, but if we're
Right.
if we're going to be fair, if we're going to be honest, I think we should all agree that materialism has the best explanation for consciousness. And he was saying a lot of what idealists that motivates them is they're kind of like theists. They just want
Right.
beliefs that comfort them, that make them feel there's a life after death, maybe, or something like that. And Alex O'Connor, he didn't push back as much as I would like to have seen, but he did kind of ask the right questions and push back eventually. But I wanted
Mm-hmm.
to give our 2 cents on it as well, so we can kind of like look at those statements that he's making and really examine them and set the record straight as far as we're concerned. But yeah, so I wanted to get into it. So we're going to get into it. So let's go. All right. So I was just going to kind of start a little bit into the video. It's kind of long.
Say something real quick. I don't know
Yeah,
if
go
that's
ahead.
just on my end or you or what, but it's everything is like super tiny and I can't see shit.
Oh, I don't know. Um, hmm. Maybe someone in the audience can let us know if the screen looks tiny as hell. Let me try to pull it up actually to see how it's coming out publicly.
Yeah, because that messes with my eyes. I can't see a damn thing. It's
Yeah, we
like a
just
tiny
old.
little it's a tiny little box. I mean, yeah, I'm old, but goddamn.
Oh yeah, it looks good. It looks good publicly.
Well, that is strange, man.
Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. But it could be this you're using your eyes wrong. That's all.
Shut the hell up, Scott.
But anyways, the name of the video is Spirituality for Atheists, Sam Harris, and this is off Alex O'Connor's channel. So let's go ahead and get it started. I'll start a little bit into the video where he kind of talks about spirituality and then the self, and then we'll go from there.
Well, people are going to hear you say that some people think that the only thing the mind does is think. And I'll say, well, of course. I mean, that's what the mind does. It's the thinking machine, right? In the same way that the heart pumps blood. The only way that the heart could not be pumping blood is if it were stopped, as if it were dead. So, yeah, I mean, your mind can not think, but that only happens when you're in dreamless sleep or when you're dead. It's what people will think, but it seems like you're suggesting that the mind can do something and maybe does do something more fundamentally than thinking, which is the thing that it's most associated with.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting here that the goal of meditation or the most fundamental spiritual insight is to be without thought, because that's actually not the case. But it is true to say that when you become very, very concentrated, it is just phenomenologically the case that thoughts can cease to arise. I mean, it's almost synonymous with deep states of concentration meditatively, and that is intrinsically pleasurable and drug-like and quite astonishing for people. So that's why I was kind of describing that experience first. The ultimate goal is to recognize thought. It's not to block thoughts or to have them cease to arise. And I'm not at all discounting the utility of thought for virtually everything we care about, and complex thought, an ability to model the past and the future, an ability to trade in these representations linguistically with one another and to build culture on that basis. I mean, this really is what makes us human. So none of us should want a mind that is incapable of producing thoughts, and I think it's right to want a mind that is capable of producing better thoughts than we tend to produce, right? So by all means, let's improve our thinking. However, there is
Get to the
there's
point.
much more to the mind than that, right? There's much more to your own being in the world than that. And when you look at the experiences that you will tend to find truly rewarding, truly deep or peak or remarkable, but one of their characters is a kind of suspension of the normal consequences of being identified with thought, right?
So I guess he's saying the benefits of going into meditation and freeing yourself of thoughts and stuff like that gives you a special kind of experience. Why, on your view, do you think that there's an advantage to doing that, or there's something that reveals, spiritually speaking, or whatever?
Well, I don't necessarily agree with him. I don't think thought ever completely stops. I think meditation is more about focus and being in control of your thoughts. In other words, a lot of times we get carried away with life and we have a lot of intrusive thoughts. We have a lot of things come at us. And before we know it, we can be overloaded with all types of fucking thoughts, right? So meditation is more about finding a center and being totally aware of what your particular mind is thinking, and being in control of it. In other words, if you can't go back and tell me what you thought 5 minutes ago, I would say you're a person that lacks awareness of your own thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what he's talking about with the whole no thought thing, and it feels like a drug-like thing or whatever. That sounds like some kind of escapism or something. I don't know, because I mean, to me, that has nothing to do with meditation.
Sam Harris, he has supposedly, from what I've read or seen and hear people talk about, he's got the biggest mindfulness meditation app in the world. Like, more people subscribe to that, into meditation, than any other meditation app or whatever. So I need to learn a little bit more about that.
What is it, a guided meditation app or what?
I can't really go into specifics because I don't know much about it. That's just what I've heard so far. So I think I need to check that out and see what it's all about to really understand, because he talks a lot about...
He has a weird look in his eyes to me. He looks a little spaced out to me. Look at his eyes.
I think it's in gamma mode with your brain. He says it's like it's like a frequency of your brain. It's called gamma.
Yeah, and what mode is that? What mode is that?
It's a meditative state. It's a meditative state, is where when that frequency occurs, it's correlated to people who are in a meditative state. And part of the correlation there is your eyes will look kind of distant, like you'll have that look of kind of out there. And he was saying that he's trained himself to get into that state constantly. That's what his app helps you do, is you get to stay into that state, which he says is a good place to operate from, because you're not going to overreact.
Associated to me.
Yeah, like I don't know if that means disassociation. What is he talking about? Like, But I
It
know he
sound
also
more like
practices.
association to me.
Well, he practices jujitsu too, like gets in the ring and does grappling and martial arts. And I think he says it helps him focus in that thing too. So he's like a really big into that shit. Him and Joe Rogan or whatever. But anyway,
Well,
hey Joel, I see Joel in the audience. How you doing, man?
hey,
Nice of
Joe,
you.
long time no see.
Yeah, nice for you to join us today. And we're going to keep on with the video.
We tend to be abstracting away from moment to moment lived experience in our internal conversation about it, right? We're constantly narrating our lives to ourselves as though we were not ourselves already, right? As though, there was two of us in dialogue, the I and the me somehow. And so you'll have an experience and you'll talk about it to yourself as a way of giving it shape, or as a way of recoiling from it, or hoping to change it, or you'll lose something and you'll be looking for it, and you will literally think, where did I put that, or is that it, or it's like you're talking to mommy, who's still in the room with you, though she hasn't been in the room with you in that way for decades, right?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. He says that that reminded me of things he says. So part of that mindful meditation, it gives you that spiritual awareness that the I is really kind of like a story. It doesn't really exist. So you don't really exist. It's just that you're an experience. And so when you talk about things like, where did I leave my keys, or why am I feeling bad? Like, who are you really talking to? If you really got aware that this I person isn't really, then who are we really referring to? And who is the one doing the referring? And he says, those are just practices that illuminate that illusion of materialism, that, that there is actually a real conscious experience going on. It's not just an illusion like that. It's more like you're just building narratives on top of narratives, and you're not even aware of it. And so that makes people say, oh, consciousness is an illusion. But his whole thing is consciousness is always there. That's the thing that's always there. It's just that you're confusing the I and the self with consciousness. No, that's just the limited mind doing what limited minds do.
The easier way to say this, like, why do people fucking say shit so ridiculously complicated? I mean,
How
what
would you
he's
put it?
talking about, all he's talking about is ego, and we need our ego to navigate the practical world. So all that has to do with is how much you identify with practical things of this world.
Right.
And so that's literally all he's talking about. Like, I'm so lost with how he explains things. Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, that's Sam Harris too. Now, one of my big critiques of Sam Harris is he's one of the bloviators, kind of like that
he
Jay
sounds like he's
Garfield
trying to
guy.
figure it out as he's going along, or like he just has a really hard time expressing things with simplicity. I mean, that's just too much, especially when he started talking about his mommy. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about now?
No, he says it's like people are going back to their mommy when they're talking about, as if someone's in the room with them that they're talking to.
Oh
When we
God,
say
I don't know
things
what you're
like,
talking about, man.
yeah, it's like you said, it's just ego, not put. It's like how much emphasis you put on the idea of the ego. But let's see if he adds to that.
I mean, it's just like you can see how this got trained up when we were toddlers, right? Where we're just, once we become language users and are talking to our parents, we internalize that dialogue somehow, and then we're always talking to ourselves until the end of our lives. And it's totally normal. Everyone is in this condition. It only becomes starkly pathological when we see people externalize this conversation without having the social grace or self-monitoring to stop that, right? So when you see someone on the sidewalk talking to himself. He's talking to himself very much in the way that we all tend to talk to ourselves, silently with the voice of the mind. But he's just externalizing it, and he's talking to people who aren't there, quite literally, people who aren't there. But we're doing the same thing. You know, you're rehearsing the conversation. You just
Go ahead.
He's talking about thinking. Thinking doesn't necessarily mean you're talking to yourself.
Yeah.
Because are you thinking in a way where you think something and then respond to yourself?
Well, that's the whole thing. What do we mean by the self? Which part is the self? The one that's talking or the one that's listening?
The self is your embodied identity. It's your psyche.
Mm-hmm.
It's
so
the part of you that.
So yeah, so like when you're thinking and you're thinking something like, I should go to the store because I need milk right now. Who is something, what's talking to what? Like, is the self talking to itself, or is the self talking to another part of the self? I guess that's some of the questions that come up.
I would say the self is just thinking. I mean,
yeah,
that's how thinking works, right? Like,
I think
how else
that brings up something about language, because our language is always dualistic. So of course our thoughts will be dualistic.
But let's just say that you didn't have language. I mean, I had a best friend that was mute and deaf.
Mm.
And does that change the fact that you as a human being need to eat? No, it doesn't. So even if you don't have language, you're going to respond to the urge to have to eat, right?
Mm-hmm.
So does that qualify as talking to yourself?
Right.
So I don't know why
I wonder how their thoughts are formed, I guess, is the question. Like how does a deaf mute person with no language or idea of concept of language, how do they think? Do they think in terms of I am? Do they have ideas of I versus something else, or I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Of course they do. They have normal impulses and respond to their body and needs just like everyone else. They may just not think in terms of language, but they can still feel what they need, or respond to what they need.
So you're saying kind of like that impression of a dualistic impression of yourself in the world is sort of primary to the language. In other words, the language comes out of that way, that mentality, you would say.
Well, I think honestly, without language, everything is symbolic.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And before it becomes language, it's always been symbolic.
Yeah, like I think the words are just meta symbols.
Yeah, the brain thinks in symbols for the most part, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong, but
yeah, that tends to make sense to me.
Had with your girlfriend that didn't go well, and you're replaying it in your head, and you're saying the thing you wish you had said, or saying it differently, and you're not, and there's just this torrent of white noise all the time that people think is normal. But it is, in large measure, certainly for most people, much of the time, excruciating. And it's certainly the substance of their psychological suffering. It's the substance of their regret and dissatisfaction and impatience and their perpetual reactivity to to life, and their inability to connect with other people and even with their own experience moment to moment. And so what meditation is a way of not silencing the mind, although again that experience can happen when you start practicing, but of stepping back and recognizing thought itself as a mere appearance in consciousness, right? To recognize the space around it, to recognize the condition in which it's appearing subjectively, and to recognize intuitively and experientially that you're identical to that condition, right?
So you're the consciousness that all the thoughts and shit arise. So he's not saying we should that his goal is to stop thinking. So it's just to recognize the thinking from another perspective, I guess.
I think he's just saying that you have to sometimes find your center and be aware of your own thoughts. And what he's talking about sounds more like sensory overload and stress. And that's why it's agonizing, because once you have all types of thoughts flooding your mind without controlling that, it makes you overwhelmed. And some people are so used to that and don't even realize that's happening, that it can be the underlying cause for like anxiety, depression, whatnot. Because the white noise he's talking about is exactly that. It's not filtering out what's really needed and what's not really needed.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Like my ex, she was full of white noise. She ran her life off of white noise.
I'm pretty
My
sure
bad.
that my ex will say that about me. I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. That's what spirituality is for, so we can point the finger at others.
Not separate from it. And ultimately that it doesn't feel like a self, right? Rather the self is this feeling of self is what it feels like to be identified with this next thought that's appearing, from somewhere that you can't recognize, right? So, people are listening to us talk, they're trying to follow the import of my sentences. I'm pretty long-winded, so sometimes that can be hard. And
No shit.
they'll be thinking, "Wait a minute, what's he talking about? What is this Buddhism?" Or I think he just contradicted. So again, there's this intrusive voice in your own mind as you're listening to what I'm saying.
There's
He knows
always a
he sounds like-
contrarian. He contradicted
He
himself.
knows he sounds fucking convoluted as hell.
Yeah.
Like, get
Yeah.
to the point already. Like, just say what you're trying to say.
I mean, he's an eloquent speaker, but sometimes,
What the hell is eloquent?
like it's too much.
Define
he's always-
eloquent, man.
He's always it's always been said about him or written about him like he's one of the, you got to understand who Sam Harris was. He was one of the horsemen of the new atheist movement back in mid 2000. And so he was on stage doing a whole tour with Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens and different atheists. I forget who the other guy. I think the other guy was Lawrence Krauss. And they used to go around the country and just hold conferences about atheism and why religion is bullshit. And
Well, I'm
he
just
used to
saying
get up
that
and just talk, and he used to just talk and talk, and people like, wow, he's such an eloquent speaker.
wow. I mean, I don't see that. I just see I like people who speak more directly. And if you compare him, for example, to Alex O'Connor, I love Alex O'Connor because he's very clear, very direct. I mean, you don't get confused about anything he's saying. He may use a few words here and there that I've never heard before because his vocabulary is really big. But other than that, I understand everything clearly that he says. And when this guy's talking, I hear a lot of vague stuff, talking around the bush, taking too long to get to the point. And I don't really know what he's talking about. Honestly, I don't really know. I mean, I'm trying to get what he's saying, and I think I know what he's saying. But again, you can't really be sure. It's like you have to interpret him.
Yeah. Yeah. Because he comes at it with so many different ways and stuff. So, yeah. And a lot of people, to be fair, they say that about Bernardo Kastrup. And I like him, but a lot of people say he's hard to follow. He's too wordy.
That is not true. I don't understand people.
Yeah.
It feels like you. It feels like a self, right? It feels like that's the subject in your head that is somehow riding around in your body as though it were a passenger.
Let me move this.
And it's not. And the present
This digital calendar,
Man, go
lightning
on
in
and
my mental
on.
load, makes it worth every penny. I wasn't fully convinced the Skylight calendar would be able
becomes, all that is really salient, right? And that tends to be so rewarding that people then seize upon the occasion that produced that experience as the crucial variable, right? Oh, so now I got to do more of this thing. I really have to I have to listen to this kind of music this loud, right? And I have to be, stoned when I do it. Or, skiing is really what I'm about now, because I had this experience while skiing. I was just totally at one with the motion of making those turns, and it was fantastic. Or, oh, it's this relationship, it's sex, right? I have to be in a romantic relationship because sex is the only thing that puts me near that level of intensity. But what meditation is a recognition that no, it's not on the content side of consciousness. It's on the side of attention, right? It's the quality of your attention that matters, and you can arbitrarily dial up that quality on purpose once you learn how to do it. And learning how to do it is learning how to meditate, or to not be distracted.
Yeah, because that's really, I think we get back into like addictions and behaviors, like people that always need to be in a relationship or always out looking for sex or drugs or alcohol.
I think what he's actually saying is that he's talking about like a Zen state. Like when I do my art, it kind of puts me in that Zen state because I'm focused on that one thing. Or if I'm driving and I hear the humming of the engine and I'm just focused on the road, it kind of puts me in that Zen state. So what he's saying is people who have experienced that Zen state due to specific things that they were doing at the time, they think that the only way they can reach that state is by doing that same thing again. But he's saying meditation teaches you how to get to that state through focus, right?
I see.
Having to use those tools. And that's really what he's saying, but he sounds so freaking off the wall. It's hard. Like I said, you got to interpret this dude. Like,
well, you sound like you corrected me, because you that makes sense. I missed a lot of what
I'm not trying to correct you, but I can see how you took it that way because of the way he expresses himself. But I'm pretty sure that that's what he's actually saying.
Yeah, that makes sense with a lot of other things he says. So that's consistent. Hell yeah. Anyways, I think they're going to get on to the next topic, I think, here.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to say. I suppose the controversial element of what you're talking about is this notion of the self that you're describing. Quite famously, I think it's typically associated with Eastern or Indian philosophy, this idea that there is no such thing as the self, that it's a kind of illusion. Some people think that there is a self, but there's like only one of them that we all participate in. I think that you can broadly sort of divide up philosophical thought on mind and selfhood into these three categories of like how many selves there are. There's either lots and lots, which I think is typical of the Western tradition. We're all individual selves going about our business. There's only one, which is typically associated with like Hindu philosophy. And then there's none. There's no self at all, which is typically associated with Buddhism. I know you're of the no self view yourself, if you will. But I must say, when you talk about in a meditative practice, becoming aware of the thoughts in your mind, and you can realize that the thoughts are just sort of appearing, as you say, in consciousness. It's difficult to understand quite what that means, but it's always difficult to put this kind of stuff into words. But okay, so my words are coming out of my mouth, and I've said this to you before, that as I'm speaking, because English is my first language, I'm not reflecting on every single word. They're just coming out, and they're appearing in my consciousness in a very similar way to the words that you say are appearing in my consciousness. I mean, the next time, anybody listening, or just do it if you don't mind looking a bit weird, just speak a sentence, just describe your day, say what you had for breakfast, and notice that the words you're using in particular are just sort of appearing. They're just coming out. You're not reflecting on every single word like you are when you're trying to say, je m'appelle Alex in a in a foreign language. Okay, cool. So these thoughts are just appearing. Then the question is, like, where are they appearing? And you said a moment ago, well, the recognition that's crucial here is that what you're calling the self is just those thoughts. But I think experientially, a great many people will recognize that these thoughts and perceptions, if they're really talented, maybe the visions that they see, the visual input and the noises that they hear are appearing, but it's as if there is this thing upon which they're all imprinting themselves.
So it's like, what does the thoughts appear to who? I guess is what he's asking. Like, who is the one that's like, it's for who? For a what? I don't know.
I mean, it's a fair question, but my take on that is that, we are just expressions of consciousness, but a dissociated, non-local, I mean, split off, I guess. It's kind of like how, how our body has cells that do their own thing that you're not conscious of, right? Your organs all do different things. I mean, we wouldn't say they have thoughts, but they have functions and information and things like that. So, I mean, that's like us saying that your cells can't individually think, but they actually do, right? Because they do things that you're not aware of.
Right. So it's kind of like as above, so below type of thing. It's kind of like the stuff that's going on under the hood, so to speak, is causing the thoughts and the expressions of consciousness.
I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Say that again.
Like all the things that are going on behind the scenes that we're unaware of, our thoughts and expressions are of that. So it's like consciousness is expressing itself through those things we're not aware of, is what you're saying. Like your cells and, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, all those things are expressions of consciousness, but that doesn't mean that each expression is aware of the other, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's obfuscated.
Yeah.
And that is typically what people call the self. And the people who call that the self are not just people who have failed to fully understand the nature of perceptions. Some of these people are the most sort of thoughtful, meditative people in the world who have a different philosophical outlook. So within Indian philosophy, I was fascinated to discover that in the so-called Sankhya school of Indian philosophy, there's a kind of dualism. And I thought that was interesting because in the Western tradition, we have this idea of dualism, that there's this mind stuff and there's this body stuff, and they somehow interact. And in the Western tradition, this has been a popular view for a long time. But in Sankhya, there's also a dualism, but it's not a dualism of mind and body. It's a dualism of, on the one side, mind and body, and on the other side, self, or something like self, I suppose. Because it's all of this stuff. It's the physical stuff, my hand, I can see it as separate from me. So that causes the Western thinker, the Cartesian, to say, well, yeah, I can imagine my hand without my mind, so there must be two different things. But the Sankhya sort of follower goes, well, I can also kind of detach myself from my own thoughts and recognize that they're just appearing on this plane. But like Descartes, they kind of think, but there is something that the thoughts are happening to. There is the person that I experience as perceiving those thoughts. And so for them, they say that's what the self is. And the self is not the same thing as your thoughts and your feelings. And the self is this sort of one big thing that we all participate in. What I want to ask you is with a long-winded question, perhaps, where are they going wrong? Because you take...
Yeah, so that's interesting. So there's dualism in some Hindu traditions that put the mind and body as on the one side of dualism, and the self on the other, or maybe that could be like the true self or the natural self or whatever. That's interesting. So that's a kind of dualism, but it isn't the same kind of dualism that we usually respond to as idealists. So what do you think about that idea as an idealist?
I don't really know what that even means. I mean, what is that saying? Like, to me, the self is my subjective experience and how I experience my life and the
Mm-hmm.
things that I identify with. That's the self. But I obviously also believe that consciousness is primary and fundamental. So I see my psyche and my subjective experience as a kind of a fractal of the whole, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say those things exist simultaneously. So it is kind of a dualism,
Mm-hmm.
but also non-dualism, because going back to the whole light spectrum example,
Mm-hmm.
a light a white light, a light beam of light that fractals off into many different color spectrums, but it all goes back to one source. That's how I see it. So while we experience it as dualistic, it really isn't. I guess that's called monism or something, or
Yeah.
monoism.
Yeah.
So
Monism.
that's kind of how I think that must be what that is, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So you're just saying that the dualism that they're talking about, which you're correct, is just conceptual. It's a conceptual dualism, but you're just recognizing that even that conception is still just a fractal of the consciousness itself. So no
Yeah, it's still
dualism.
just part of the whole.
Yeah, so it all kind of cancels out. Yeah. All right.
Or becomes
View
one,
that
not
actually
cancel out.
that in itself is a
Yeah, just
mistake.
become one. Kind of, yeah, kind of like it's absorbed, ultimately.
Yeah.
That the thoughts are appearing, and it's not that they're appearing to you. There's just the thoughts. But you can understand the intuitive idea that as long as there are thoughts happening, they're sort of happening to someone or something.
Damn it.
Yeah. So first, to reconcile the apparent difference of opinion in Eastern philosophy, I think this is not something that any doctrinaire Buddhist or exponent of Indian philosophy would be likely to want to sign up to, at least without some caveats. But I think it's pretty clear that at least certain exponents within those various traditions are talking about the same insight. They're just using different language, right? So
Yeah. Okay.
so you can go. So the capital, whether you want to talk about what is left over when you transcend the illusion of small s self, if you want to talk about it positively as,
let's get into something a little more interesting here. He's going to talk about emergence, and this is something I've been talking to you, Joel, about, if you're still out there. And so maybe Sam Harris can kind of point out the same things I was observing about emergence that makes it seem miraculous and magical thinking as a category. And I think he talks about that a little bit. So let me
Okay, I just wanted to ask a question though, like,
yeah.
what Alex O'Connor was asking is for him to recognize or not that when these thoughts are happening, they are actually experienced by an individual, right? And so I'm a little unclear about what his answer actually was to that.
Oh, you want to hear about that?
No, because he answered, but I didn't understand how that's an answer to what he said.
Yeah. All of this
Did
stuff
you?
really is just perspective. And if you don't really understand the perspective, like if he doesn't go back and unpack a lot of the premises of his view, then whatever he's going to say is going to sound weird. I think it's just like
Right,
with
that's why
yeah.
No, I was asking you, did you understand his answer?
Kind of, sort of, because he just sees that, he's a Buddhist, so his is a little nihilistic. You know, he just says there is no self. There's nothing.
Okay, so he's saying that's just a delusion or it's not
Yeah,
real?
it's an illusion.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that. So, okay.
You know, remember I was telling you, it seems like it's the same thing with like Jay Garfield from last weekend. It's those
Right.
same kind of arguments. You know, it's kind of nihilistic. A lot of people aren't satisfied with that answer, which I think is
But they
why
don't-
Buddhism isn't one of the major top religions
So
right
does
now.
he also think though that all there is the material, like the other guy?
Yeah.
So who's experiencing that? Not him?
Right. That's what I want to get into. So he's going to talk about emergence, which I thought was because, you know, his explanation for consciousness is that it emerges from matter. But at the beginning of his explanation, which I thought was really interesting here, is he talks about the problem of the concept itself of emergence, which I really need to listen to again, because if you know all that, then why are you arguing for emergence? And I think that's what Alex was getting at. Like,
Yeah.
you already
That's-
admit the hard problem of consciousness, yet you're still saying somehow it's still valid somehow over idealism. And that's what Alex didn't understand. So I wanted to get into that part because that's kind of interesting. But
Yeah.
The Big Bang really was, right? I mean, the Big Bang was not just this sort of, you know, local emergence out of some background condition that we can't understand, but really there was no background condition that had to bang too, right? So there's really nothing, and then there's something. That's just the statement of a miracle. The emergence of consciousness, for anyone who's, you know, sensitive to this intuition, is the statement of a very similar miracle, but it's just a kind of subjective version of that. It's the
so you see, he's saying that the emergence of mind from matter is a statement about a miracle or a magical thinking. That's how I view it. So if he's going to say that, I would be really interested to see why he still thinks that's the best explanation, though.
Yeah. I need to hear more of what he's saying because he confuses me at this point.
Yeah, this is really confusing. Hold on.
The Big Bang really was, right? I mean, the Big Bang was not just this sort of, you know, local emergence out of some background condition that we can't understand, but really there was no background condition that had to bang too, right? So there's really nothing, and then there's something. That's just the statement of a miracle. The emergence of consciousness, for anyone who's, you know, sensitive to this intuition, is the statement of a very similar miracle, but it's just a kind of subjective version of that. It's the first person version of that third person miracle, which is first there's nothing experientially. You know, the lights are not on in any sense, right? There's just dumb rocks out there. And then something gets organized in a certain way, and then there's something that it's like to be that clump of matter. There's nothing explanatory about that. There's no, but that doesn't mean it's not true, right? That's the problem. That's where the materialist can truly bite the bullet.
Do you agree with that, though?
Okay, so dumb rocks came out of nothing or were already there. So dumb rocks are primordial. Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
And he's saying that even though it's not logical and it seems like a miracle, the one thing that the materialist has is he could always say that doesn't mean it's not true. But you can say that about anything. You can say that about God, right? You can say the Christian God is. I have no proof for the Christian God, but because you can't disprove it, that means that it might be true. Therefore, you know what I mean? Like something's wrong with that. Right?
But yeah, that's what I was going to say. You can say that about anything. So here's the thing, though. If you make the claim, you need to have some kind of coherent explanation for it.
Right. At least idealism gives you a good grounding, you know?
Because if not, then you can just be honest and call it a belief. And then you know, let it be a belief.
Yeah, and
Because
I
you're
mean,
entitled
to be
believe what you
fair,
want, you know?
it's all ultimately some kind of belief, but at least some beliefs are better than others, I think. And we all have to
Yeah,
decide
and then
what
I
that is.
mean, at least some, yeah, like at least some beliefs can be somewhat substantiated with like coherent theories and stuff, and
Right.
maybe even some type of evidence. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's a difference between just a pure belief and a theory, I would say, or a philosophy, even.
Yeah, see, the problem with is if you say, well, it can still be true that something came from nothing, so we can't rule it out. Well, then in that case, you can't rule out the flying spaghetti monster either. You
Right.
know?
You can't rule nothing out. Anything's possible then.
Yeah, anything. It's like I always say, anything's possible in a magical kingdom.
But we already know that, so it's pretty much like he probably doesn't really care. He's like, who cares?
Right. Yeah, that could be.
And say, there's no guarantee that every true statement of fact scientifically is something that we are going to understand intuitively, right? In fact, given what we think we are, the evolved social primates, we should be not at all surprised to discover that the fundamental truths of the universe are so deeply non-intuitive that we just have to accept them as brute facts.
But why should we default to one metaphysic over another if that's true? Like, isn't that just being arbitrary? Like, if it's such an underdetermination that we can't really determine which view works, then the ultimate answer is I don't know. I don't really know. But on the other hand, you can compare models. You can compare, like we were saying before, like which framework seems to better support like the topic of consciousness in this case than the others. And it seems like materialism has no good grounding because it starts with non-experience somehow developing into the first person subjective experience. And it seems like there's no bridge, there's a gap. But idealism starts off with consciousness as a fundamental property, which, by the way, a lot of people are uncomfortable with fundamental properties, but science does that all the time. Like, we have all kinds of properties we call fundamental, and what qualifies them as fundamental is that they're non-reducible, just like experiences are. Experiences can only reduce into other experiences, like other forms of consciousness. Like, you have to be consciousness to have a thought. You have to be conscious to have a feeling. You have to be so consciousness is fundamental to all your thinking and model making and all that shit, right?
Right. So, but I guess what makes me a little different from an idealist, I guess, is that I would say that, what a materialist says is that, the material is fundamental. It just always it's primordial. And I would say partially that's probably true, but I'm saying it more like physicality and consciousness at the same time.
Yeah.
Are primordial, because if consciousness is fundamental and it is expressing itself as the physical reality, then consciousness is already physical. It already has the qualities of physicality, or the potential. So I would say the potential for both exists simultaneously.
Oh, yeah.
You see
And,
what I'm saying? So
and
I
the
would say
argument
that.
would be, probably the
Go ahead.
pushback you would get from that would be to say, well, even the material world, the physical things that you're talking about are only known through being conscious. You have to be conscious to see what's in that screen of consciousness. Like, you can't put the screen inside the screen. The screen is what holds everything inside of it. So when you're talking about consciousness, you're talking about the screen. The matter is inside the screen. So the consciousness is the screen. So what's more
Well, yeah, I
fundamental?
mean, in that in that sense, consciousness is fundamental, and that's why I make sure I
Yeah.
define it the way that I do by saying that consciousness has the potential of physicality within itself.
Oh yeah,
In
gotcha,
other words,
gotcha. Right.
in other words, it can express itself as the physical reality.
And just to
But
be clear for audience listening, because I've heard people say that you're a dualist. Somebody said that you just don't know
I
it.
mean,
And I
technically,
just
I
want
am.
to be, yeah, you kind of
Technically, I
are,
am,
but
and I'm not.
yeah. But you're
I'm a
saying that
dual. I'm a
physicality is real. So just to be clear, because I agree with you, like the physical world is real. It's not like some people misunderstand, like some version of idealism, or even some idealists will say, "Oh, the physical world isn't real. It's just an illusion. It's just an appearance. It's nothing more. It has no consequence." But what you're saying is no, it's just as real as the consciousness that produces it. So,
right.
right.
It's
And that's a good thing to
hermeticism,
clear up.
really.
Yeah, because a lot of people will misconstrue you and say that you're going around saying that the world is just made up in your mind.
No, that would be kind of more like what idealists do. That's why I'm not necessarily, I guess, a real idealist, but I do agree with a lot of idealist concepts because I think that idealism has it right by saying consciousness is fundamental. But then I have a problem with some idealists who basically make it seem like if it's all happening within your mind, then it's just all a dream and none of this is real. And I do have a problem with that, you know?
Right, right,
So
right. Because that's kind of
it
like
just,
solipsism in a way.
yeah, I guess, because if it's only happening in your mind, then, I mean, but we know that's not possible because what about your experience or the next person's? So
And learning, yeah.
It's different from solipsism, but it's basically saying the mind at large, uh, is dreaming and all of this is just happening within the mind of consciousness. And I guess I disagree, but only slightly. I'm saying that it's all an expression of consciousness, which a dream kind of is a good analogy because your dreams are an expression of your subconscious mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your dream is technically not real, but it is real because it actually gives you an insight into your actual subconscious mind, which when you can bring your dreams outward and interpret them, they can actually be very helpful for the psyche. So it's not that it's not real. It's just a different kind of real from the physical experience,
The waking world. Yeah. It's a different kind of mental state.
Yeah, it's a different kind of real, but it's still real too, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with that. Anyways, let's get through this video.
Because we're apes that just are not evolved to form the right intuitions about the way the world works. So the fact that quantum mechanics is something we can't really understand, even though we can use it, we've operationalized it in a way where it's the best predictor of the the behavior of matter at the smallest level that we have, and yet when we try to form a realistic picture of the way the world is on its basis, we get just nothing but weirdness. So weird that you got a bunch of physicists now claiming to believe that there are a functionally infinite number of worlds that are decreasingly like the one we're in now, where they're infinite copies of ourselves having slightly different versions of this conversation as the worlds get further and further away. I mean, there are physicists, including Sean Carroll, who I think you've spoken with, also David Deutsch and others, who say, yeah, this is the way the world is. There are many worlds, right? That thesis is perhaps the next most incredible thesis to the one I just sketched, which is everything came out of nothing. Right. There was nothing, really nothing, not even laws of nature. And then we got everything, including the laws of nature. Right. If ever there was something that should be hard to believe, it should be that. None of this, I'll just point out to the uncomfortable atheists in our audience. I mean, none of this, I think, gives ammunition to the the theologians who would say, well, see, you've just given us the best argument for the existence of God. No, because I mean,
Well, what do you think about that? Do you think that gives them ammunition to
I
propose
mean,
God
for
as a
one, that first of all, it is very possible that it's a multiverse. He don't know that. I mean, it's possible.
mm-hmm.
That's the
Yeah.
first thing. He seems too convinced as far as I'm concerned, because I mean, I don't necessarily believe in that, but I think it could be possible. Because I mean, if consciousness can express itself in the way that it does, then there could be multiple realms or worlds or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, the dream state is even like another
Yeah.
dimension.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
And
right.
I mean, my ancestors did believe in dimensions, right? And so I think it's a possibility for sure. I wouldn't say I wholeheartedly believe it or am sure about it, but I think it is possible. So I think he needs to humble himself a little bit there. And I don't really like how he referred to us as apes. Like, yeah, we I get it. We're all mammals and we evolved and everything like that. But I think that because of consciousness, we actually do have the potential to evolve, because that is what consciousness itself is doing. That's what I believe. It's trying to perfect the way that it's expressing itself.
Mhm.
And with that being said, I just think that our daily life and as we experience life reflects all that back to us, because as human beings, we go through stages. We're born as infants who are practically unconscious, unaware. And then we become more aware as we go along. And then we become toddlers and then teenagers and then adults. And then we gain wisdom. Some of us don't. So some of us choose to remain apes and some of us don't. So I would like to say that I don't think he can make that blanket statement that we're all just apes. That sounds a little bit like,
Self-refuting.
yeah. And maybe he sounds a little bit pissed off with humanity, which I don't blame him there, because we do act like apes. And the last part, I don't really know what he was saying there. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, let me back that up a little bit.
there's nothing explanatory about that. There's no, but that doesn't mean it's not true, right? That's the problem. That's where the materialist can truly bite the bullet and say, there's no
Way back.
guarantee that every true
Yeah,
statement
back up.
there, you've just asserted his existence, right? I mean, yeah, yes, God could create all of this, but many worlds, right? And that thesis is perhaps the next most incredible thesis to the one I just sketched, which is everything came out of nothing, right? You know, there was nothing, really nothing, not even laws of nature, and then we got everything, including the laws of nature, right? If ever there was something that should be hard to believe, it should be that. None of this, I'll just point out to the uncomfortable atheists in our audience, none of this, I think, gives ammunition to the theologians who would say, well, see, you've just given us the best argument for the existence of God. No.
See, my problem, the only critique I have of that is like, yeah, it's underdetermined, so it doesn't really prove God over materialism or over idealism or any of those. But what it does do, though, is it puts everybody on equal footing. So it's kind of like saying, well, if it's hard for you to believe that the many worlds is true, then he's saying that it's just as hard to believe that God is true. Well, one way you could flip it is to say, well, if you can believe in the many worlds as possible, why couldn't you believe God is a possible explanation? Or why couldn't panpsychism or neutral monism or idealism, why couldn't any of those also be just as good? Because it's underdetermined. Just because we see patterns and regularities like the Big Bang, which is unexplained, and a lot of other unexplained things, why is one favored over the other? And it seems like the default is always materialism. It seems like materialism is always going to be the one that wins.
My
But
whole
why?
thing is exactly. That's my whole thing. To me, that's not really an argument, because you can sit here and say, well, you believe that dumb rocks are primordial and that everything comes from dumb rocks, right? That's non-explanatory, but doesn't mean it's not true. Like we said earlier,
Right.
well, if that's the case, you can say that about anything. So it's circular. So what I want to know is, why do you believe what you believe? Like, can we get to that part? Why do people like that always dance around that part?
Right.
Because he's
It's real
another one.
easy, because it's too easy to point the weaknesses in all the models, but it's not so easy to talk about what you actually stand on,
Yeah, so my whole thing is,
because
he's just another
after you
one of
go,
those guys who's
yeah,
making all these statements, but he's not actually explaining why he believes it. He even says there is no explanatory power behind it. Okay, so what's the point? What we're talking about here?
yeah, that's where
Why should
Alex,
we
I
listen?
think
The
Alex
question
is
is,
a
why
little
should we
patient.
like, why should we even listen to you then? Like, you're irrelevant then at that point.
Well, he's a very sophisticated speaker. He's very eloquent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess I'm
Remember,
ghetto. I guess I'm ghetto then.
you're just too ghetto to get it, man. It's kind of like what Bernardo Kastrup told Jay Garfield. He says, I don't know, it just sounds like you're just dressing incoherence up in a whole lot of fancy talk, and like you're
Yeah,
just trying to make a lot of contradictions sound somehow sophisticated and okay, but really
right.
it's the same
Kind of
bullshit.
like Chat GPT, which I
Yeah.
unsubscribed right under my skin so bad. It is so politically biased. I couldn't handle it anymore. I was like, I'm over here yelling at my phone and telling it to shut the fuck up. I say, it's time to unsubscribe.
Yeah, man. That's right.
Because I mean, you haven't explained God there. You've just asserted his existence, right? I mean, yeah, yes, God could create all of this, but that explains absolutely nothing. What is God, and how did he get a mind, and how could it be such a complex thing that so as to have intentions to create all of this, and also to not like homosexuals?
Complex. Well, that wouldn't apply to idealism, because, and I know that's probably going to come up, but anytime you talk about a mind or consciousness, there's an assumption that consciousness can only exist through complex combinations of patterns and materials or things that can come together in a complex way. That's how mind. So how can God have a mind? Like what? He's complex. The consciousness is complex. I'm
How
just
does
kind of
we know that complexity is not primordial?
right. That's what I'm saying. Like, why couldn't it be a very simple form of something mind-like?
But what if it is? What if it is complex and always has been? I mean, it
Yeah,
had to be
yeah,
all this convoluted mess we call life.
right.
Like,
Yeah, because it's that reductionist thinking. We always like to reduce to more, from the complex to the very simple one thing. That's what we always do in our think. I think that's how humans think, because it's just part of our experience. We always, if we want to build a chair, well, we start with that one piece of wood and we start building from there. We start adding stuff up, and creating,
right?
and
But that doesn't mean that the wood itself isn't a complex thing.
yeah,
When
yeah,
you break it down, there's a bunch of different wood. If you break it down, there's properties within that wood. Some wood is softer. I mean, there could be all types of complexities just within the one little piece of wood. Just because it seems to us like we're starting with something very, I guess, what is it? Not primal, but simple. doesn't mean it really is that simple. It could be already complex.
Yeah, just beyond our comprehension for why. And Joel says Harris is addressing cosmology, not ontology. No, he's actually addressing ontology, because God has nothing to do with cosmology. God is an ontological primitive, just like matter is, energy is, and on those worldviews, and just like consciousness is with idealism or panpsychism or something like that. He's just pointing out that, you know, something from nothing is hard to explain, but that doesn't give license to the ontology of God. That's what I get out of it anyways.
You know, after all of that work was done, you know, so it's it doesn't give you religion, certainly not Abrahamic religion, but the materialist can say, listen, there's just, it's nowhere written that we are going to get to a completed understanding of the world where there's no point at which we have to rely on some kind of axiom that is not itself self-explaining, right? We just have to we're pulling ourselves up by our bootstraps here, and this is where we're going to do it, that consciousness clearly emerges because we have it. We know we're social primates.
That's begging the question. That is begging the question. That's like saying, well, God obviously exists because we're here. That's just begging the question. Saying consciousness obviously emerges because we're here. You know, that's like you're begging the question. You're saying that you're just assuming that emergence is true because of the things that you it's like a ad hoc or post hoc rationalization for stuff. So that's the one thing that I'm picking up with Sam Harris right now, in that I'll replay it. Hold on.
No, I agree though. You can say that about anything. Once again.
Yep, it's under deter. Yeah, you can't use that. It doesn't. It's not logical.
You know, after all of that work was done, you know, so it's it doesn't give you religion, certainly not Abrahamic religion, but the materialist can say, listen, there's just, it's nowhere written that we are going to get to a completed understanding of the world where there's no point at which we have to rely on some kind of axiom that is not itself self-explaining, right? We just have to we're pulling ourselves up by our bootstraps here, and this is where we're going to do it, that consciousness clearly emerges because we have it. We know we're social primates because we've studied biology up to this point. You know, human brains certainly seem to be the locus of consciousness in the case of each human. When you cut people's heads off, it seems to disrupt their conscious functioning. And when people are dead, they seem to stay dead, barring the resurrection or the return of Jesus or anything else that we've been promised but haven't seen. So death seems to be something of interest. Much of this theorizing about idealism or anything else that is at odds with physicalism seems to have in it a often unacknowledged motive, which we want to call a denial of death.
All right, that right there is another fallacy.
First
And
of
before I
all,
talk on it, we got Alex. Hey, Alex, how
Hey,
you
guys.
doing, man? Glad you could join us, brother.
Good.
How
Hey, thanks. Good. Thanks for asking. Sorry, I'm late.
No problem at all, man. We're just getting into it. And did you hear the little last part that Sam Harris was talking?
Just like the last 30 seconds I caught there.
Let me back it up because I want to get everybody's comment on
yeah,
these.
'cause I'm about to go in on him.
Yeah, there's like a couple things he said that kind of ticked me off here. Hold on.
most incredible thesis to the one I just sketched, which is everything came out of nothing, right? You know, there was nothing, really nothing, not even laws of nature, and then we got everything, including the laws of nature, right? If ever there was something that should be hard to believe, it should be that. You know, human brains certainly seem to be the locus of consciousness in the case of each human.
All right, so let's take that statement right there. Alex, what do you think about that statement that the brain seems to be the locus of consciousness?
I'm not sure what to make of that. Like, there's obviously like correlations between like mental states that we experience in our brain. So like, obviously it's part, but I think the whole nervous system is like one big brain. And there have been, these anomalies in science where people are missing like huge proportions of their brain and still seem to function relatively normally. So I don't know how consciousness works exactly, but I don't think it's just the brain. Like, it's pretty easy to pick apart Sam Harris's like materialism or whatever, but yeah, I don't know. There's obviously correlations, but that's all I'd say. It's not. I don't think that you can equate them as one and the same. Like he sort of just does that there for simplicity.
What do you think,
That's
Sophia?
That's the old correlation causation argument, and we have already disproven that many times.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
if you see the brain as part of the interface, and I agree with Alex, it's not just the brain, it's your whole entire nervous system. And with that being said, just because consciousness is affected by it, that's the same as saying, oh, when I turned the dial down, the volume went down. So there's a correlation, but that's not proof that it's primordial.
There's
Or that
another video that we ought to react to, but it's from this guy that I think he's promoting something called like relational idealism. So he's saying consciousness emerges or fractals off because of relations inside the universe. In other words, you have to have a kind of dualism. So in other words, for consciousness to exist, you have to have something to be conscious of. And even that whole process is a process of asymmetry in nature. So he's saying it's not the brain at all. It's just that you have to have relations all the way down, in an idealistic way. So it's like a mental, like relations are entailed in the mentality, so to speak. But I'll have to look at it again to really break it down. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but maybe we
I
can
was the
check
dude from last time. Like, let's not do him again.
Yeah. Oh no, that's not him. This is another guy.
But he said that too, because he said
intuitively. I mean, that makes more sense than materialism.
Yeah, but yeah, Jay Garfield was saying he was saying relations themselves are infinite. So Bernardo Kastrup was saying, well, that's kind of illogical because there has to be an endpoint to the relation. Like there has to be a cause that caused an event, and now you have a relation. So he goes, the relations are contingent on the relata, which is the field of relations. It's the field of all the parts that relate to each other. And Jay Garfield was saying, no, on Buddhism, we believe in emptiness. So it's just, there's nothing there. And this relations just appear out of nowhere as relations. And that's all we can really talk about. We can't talk about what, those relations are contingent on. So they're just off the table. And Bernardo Castro was like, well, you say it's off the table, but that doesn't mean philosophy thinks it's off the table because we question everything.
That's the same guy from last time who also said that the only thing that is real is the transaction, right?
Yeah, right. He's the same guy. Said the same thing, that the realism is in the transaction. You can't reduce monetary transactions.
Yeah, that's that guy.
Bernardo was like, yeah, you certainly can reduce monetary transaction. You got to have consciousness. You got to have, money, the symbols, the representations in consciousness that, are the currency for the transaction. Like it reduces to all kinds of shit. The guy was like, no, it's just a transaction. It's just there. It comes out of nothing. And we can take that off the table. It's like, no, you can't take it off the table.
Yeah,
Very frustrating segment,
I find
man.
Buddhism to be like completely incoherent, personally.
It's just really nihilistic.
That's what Leonardo Castro said too.
It is.
He was just dressing up incoherence with a bunch of fancy words.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all that is.
Well, hear me out on this for a second, just 1 second.
Please.
I personally think that most religions are like, tools of social organization, and to a degree, they're also like psyops. And I think that like Buddhism is an outgrowth of like an Aryan or like a Vedic version of Hinduism, because there was actually like a sub-god named Buddha that was designed to pacify people. So any religion that's like ultimately just promoting like pure pacifism is mostly it's a way of just pacifying people so they're easier to control. So I suspect that that's the same phenomenon in Christianity is the same thing going on with like religious Buddhism. And they're all dogmatic. And when you really break it down, it's pretty incoherent. Because I think the whole point is just to just kind of spread like a nihilistic attitude in people to not fight back against stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
So yeah, I think these religions are completely incoherent, like which doesn't make me a materialist. I just think that these are all just ways of they're all just ways of turning people into passive sheep at the end of the day.
And many people argue that a lot of materialists are easily swayed by those Buddhist type arguments. They sort of like, and that's why they get along. So that's why Sam Harris is a materialist and a Buddhist,
Right, because like from my previous understanding of Buddhism, that didn't even go together until I actually learned, like truly learned what that's about. And I'm like, oh, now I see why that goes together.
Yeah, it gets wild.
There's nothing actually empowering about Buddhism. It's not empowering. It doesn't have like, I'm not a religious guy to begin with, but like Buddhism, the ultimate goal is to basically not exist in the end. It's like nihilism with extra steps. It's just like, I have no idea why.
Yeah,
like it's completely uninspiring.
Yeah, and it's also kind of unrealistic because it's almost like denying certain things like it doesn't exist. So if you just pretend like it doesn't exist, why would you even fight against it? So just isolate yourself and sit there and meditate until you leave your fucking body or some shit like that. Like, that's not
exactly.
my idea.
Do nothing with your
That's
life.
like it's a lack of participation, I would say.
Yeah. Like, I take some points in Buddhism, in all different religions that I can find value in, but they're not contingent on being sold into those religions, wholeheartedly or at all, really. It's just like some of that stuff I already knew, like there is a value in unattachment. There is a value in, deep meditation, like mindful meditation, where you try to observe your thoughts. And, I understand all that. Like there is a lot of good in it, but like with anything else, too much of it can be poisonous though, It just, if you take it to its logical extreme. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and play the rest of this video.
When you cut people's heads off, it seems to disrupt their conscious functioning. And when people are dead, they seem to stay dead, barring the resurrection or the return of Jesus or anything else that we've.
Idealists would agree with you there. That's not a defeater. That's not defeating any.
I'm about to say that idealists are in denial of death, and I'm like, what? No, we're not.
Yeah, I don't know where that comes from. Yeah, we'll get to that part here.
Been promised, but haven't seen. So death seems to be something of interest. Much of this theorizing about idealism or anything else that is at odds with physicalism seems to have in it a often unacknowledged motive, which we want to call a denial of death. a rather childlike one. So we should put on our big boy pants at this point and recognize that we're all going to die, and there's we may not get comfortable with that, but we should.
That's very condescending.
What
It's
is
like
the main thing? What is the main thing I always talk to you about?
a lot of things. Which
Okay.
one?
Don't I always talk about how we should have the type of society that acknowledges death instead of dissociates from it?
Yep.
Like, where-
I agree with that for sure.
Yeah, and it doesn't. My whole point is, some idealists believe in life after death. I'm kind of on the fence, but sometimes I lean more towards it than against it. Sometimes I don't. Just depends. But I think it's consistent. Idealism can be consistent with life after death, but it isn't something idealists believe necessarily. In other words, Bernardo Castro, right now, he denies, like he had a whole show. I think me and Alex, we watched that.
But there's a difference between when we're talking about life and consciousness. Saying that consciousness is continuous doesn't mean your individual life continues. No one's saying that at all.
And it may exist on and on. It's sort of underdetermined. It's one of those things where whether you're a dualist or a non-dualist, even a materialist could somehow believe that there's life after death in some sense. I've heard them talk about that. There's physicalists who believe in souls. There's this one guy who's a dualist, believes in souls. I think, Logan, you put up a link for me to check out. It was an old debate. Well, he's a physicalist, but atheist, and believes in a soul or life after death. So Sam Harris is making that old fallacy. It's kind of like, how some Christians will say, the only reason you're an atheist is because you want to do a lot of sinning. You just hate God because you don't get to do all the sin you want. It's like you're trying to apply a motive that defeats your argument instead of really engaging with the argument itself.
One other thing about Sam Harris that jumps out to me is like he's making it sound like materialists don't also have a fear of death, and that materialism is not just as much like a coping mechanism as like everything else, which it obviously is. It's just an inversion of it. Like materialism is comforting to a lot of people, and it's definitely like it's as much as a religious belief as idealism, which is just a general theory of mind. I think so he's kind of framing it like like the default position is materialism, which is like rational and not based in fear, and everything else is like, well, yeah, I think like part of the human experience is we all have a fear of death because it's an instinct that we are mammals, right? We have it, but it's like how we respond to it intellectually. But I don't think he's making like it's subtle, but he's like glossing over this idea that like materialism and physicalism aren't equally like comforting belief systems for some people.
Yeah,
right.
Especially if you've done shitty things, because if you like you have nothing to fear when you die if you've been a piece of shit, if like life is definitely over at death, which I'm like you. You're like, I'm just agnostic on what happens at death, but physicalism I think is just a coping mechanism for people. I just want the comfort of knowing there's no consequences to anything.
Yeah, that's right. And it helps you. I think that sometimes believing in an afterlife too much, like not just as a possibility, but really just trying to form your entire life around a hypothetical afterlife can hinder your happiness and your peace of mind here. Like, you should be at peace
for sure
with, even if you die and there's nothing after, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just live your life now. This is the one you're living now. You're alive now. So enjoy it, do good to others, leave the world in a better place than you found it. And you can be more open to that. Whereas if you put all your eggs in that afterlife basket, you might be nihilistic. It might lead to you saying, I don't give a fuck about my kids. I don't give a fuck about my life. I don't give a fuck about other people's life, because at the end of the day, I'm going to die anyways. So I'm just going to go out in a bang and, do all this self-harming bullshit, it can lead to that too, logically, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, I'll keep on.
Couldn't pretend to know that the universe is such a place where you know, when you die, you the conscious entity, go elsewhere. There are reasons to doubt whether these, you know, near-death experiences or experiences on drugs or in meditation signal anything at all about the continuity of consciousness after death, because that would suggest that the brain has no role in the emergence of consciousness and mind, right? And
Well, that's one perspective, but I've heard a lot of dualists, a lot of people say that the brain is kind of like a radio transceiver, that the role that it's playing is to modulate consciousness, kind of like a receiver of some kind. And then this is like the dualistic story, that so it maintains the brain as a reason to exist, but also there's an afterlife. So I don't think it's necessarily true that that you can make that redundant argument all the time. But that is one perspective, though. I will grant him that. That's one perspective. What do you think?
Well, I also wonder, like, for these people, if they like Bernardo's view is a little confusing, but like, let's say you have an afterlife and it's like waking up from a dream this life. If you don't remember the previous life, is that really a continuity of consciousness? It's like a thought experiment. Like, you know, maybe we have an internal, like, subjective core that, you know, goes back and filters through different lives, but our egoic mind is gone. But what's the difference between just being dead and then like consciousness elsewhere continuing, and dying and then having another life without any memory of this life? It's kind of the same thing.
Right. To me, I kind of reason the same way, because I can look at it. There's a lot of different ways to imagine this. You can use the quantum machine thought experiment, which you could just be a total materialist, you know, someone who says that I'm just a total physicalist. And you can still see you can still justify an afterlife by just being aware of how some of these quantum interpretations might work. Like, suppose you were to get into a machine and they say, well, this is like a quantum machine. So if you push the button, there's going to be a chance that you stay alive and there's a chance that you die. So go ahead and push the button. So you get in the machine and you push the button and you're still alive. And you're like, oh, wow, I got lucky that time. Let me push it again. And every time you push it, you're alive. Every time. Why would that happen? And the reason why that would happen is because non-existence is not something you would experience anyways. That's what non-experience means, no experience. But there's always the possibility that you're going to experience in some other life, in some other universe, in some other time frame, on quantum mechanics, like maybe the Copenhagen interpretation or something. So that experiment is kind of like an argument for the afterlife using quantum mechanics. Now, I'm not arguing that way. I'm just saying that people can find all kinds of ways, if you just use your imagination, to justify an afterlife. And they're not necessarily good things. So it's not necessarily born out of wishful thinking. Like, sometimes I think about an afterlife and I think how horrifying that is, because this life sucked. Just imagine how bad the next life may suck. You know, like, I don't know what to expect.
Maybe it all depends on the individual, what your current mind state is of what you experience when you died. That's also a possibility. Because I mean, I used to faint a lot, and when I fainted, there was just nothingness, lights out. But when I did DMT, I no longer identified with my identity, but I still had the sense of, I still was aware, but it was a sort of like super awareness, like being part of everything. So, I mean, maybe it depends on your state of mind. Maybe everybody has like their own trip when they die. either nothingness or something. Like, who knows?
And maybe people just read into their own experience. They take what they've always read and learned from their favorite philosophies or favorite religions or whatever, and then they interpret their experiences through that filter. So people that have like a deep DMT experience will come back and start talking about some Christian narrative. Or if they were Hindus, they'll start talking about a Hindu narrative, or they'll always come back and put it into the language that they're familiar with in order to make sense of it, because that's what brains do. Brains like are pattern seeking little machines, right? So it may just be an artifact of a limited mind at work, trying to make sense. It's just like with the NDEs, everyone has these core NDE experiences, the core across all cultures and everything else. But you'll notice that they're always dressed up in culture. They're always dressed up as Christian or atheist or Hindu or something, Islamic, you know what I mean?
Because, like, not really though, not necessarily, because people who do ayahuasca, they have all the same experience, or people that do DMT, they all see the same like shapes and whatever machine elves and whatnot. Like those experiences are pretty universal, I would say. But I do get what you're saying. If you believe Jesus in this life, in this waking life, then if you have an NDE or something like that, you're gonna come back and say you saw Jesus.
Right.
I believe that. But at the end of the day, nobody knows. So move right along.
Yeah, right. But it's just to point out that, these blanket statements Sam Harris is making is just a little bit off, a little bit. Even though
he has no explanation for anything. That's the problem with him. He doesn't explain why he even sees the things the way he sees them.
I still haven't heard a good argument for materialism yet, but maybe we'll get to it.
Yet we know it has some role. I mean, again, its role in the emergence of consciousness is still hard to assert, given how little we know about the neural correlates of consciousness, or again, how consciousness relates to the universe altogether. But we certainly know that mind emerges in some sense. The contents of consciousness emerge. Your ability to parse English language can be readily disrupted by touching the cortex in any way, whether it's delicately in a lab with transcranial magnetic stimulation, or indelicately in a pub with getting brained by some maniac with a hammer. You're not gonna understand much if you get hit in the right place. And so it is with every other aspect of your phenomenology, including consciousness, except for the fact that it's very hard to distinguish true disruptions in consciousness from failures of memory. So, if you get knocked out by a hammer blow and then wake up again, from the first person point of view, that may seem like a hiatus in the stream of consciousness, right? Consciousness got interrupted, or there's time you can't account for, right? The people who didn't get knocked out, who were standing over your prostrate body, worrying about you, can account for that time, but you can't account for it. From your point of view, there's just this break in the continuity of your life, and or perhaps no break at all. There's just a sense that first you were there, telling somebody to stop looking at you funny, and you didn't see yourself getting hit, and now you're here waking up with a terrible headache, and there's no time elapsed at all, perhaps, right, subjectively, right? So maybe there's just, to call it an interruption is wrong in your case, but we know from the external point of view that there's more to the world than that, right? Because other people are conscious of what you were doing on the floor, for the last half hour. And so it is with general anesthesia, etc. But the problem there phenomenologically, or just operationally, is that it's it's very difficult to distinguish a true interruption in the stream of consciousness from an interruption in one's capacity to remember what it was like to be you, right? So it's quite possible that there's something that it's like to be you when you're knocked out, and the idealists are right? There's just consciousness consciousness everywhere all at once, and it's still true of you there, but you just have no memory formation.
Yeah, it's kind of like on idealism, that doesn't stop consciousness. It just stops your awareness of consciousness on a local level as a person, as one unit.
Yeah.
within the reality.
Nothing he said actually proves emergence, though.
Right, still hasn't got to that.
Because he said we know this as if he solved the hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah. I don't think he understands it then.
I wonder if he got the
Or
Nobel
access
Prize.
to
And
I think
Exactly.
memory is crucial. As soon as I realized how important memory is, I kind of couldn't stop thinking about it, because I spoke recently with Thomas Metzinger, who is a German philosopher and
I know Thomas. Yeah.
who has been interested as of late in what he calls minimal phenomenological experience, or something like that.
Mhm.
And he started the Minimal Phenomenological Experience Project, I think it's called,
Right.
where he's sort of trying
Right.
to collect all of these reports of people who have had what he calls full absorption episodes. And this will typically be
Mhm.
like at the height of a meditation or something, where you really sort of lose yourself. And
To
trying
give
to see
people
what,
context, to connect this to what I was saying before, these are the kinds of experiences you have in very high states of concentration, for the most part. So these are, you're not tending to think and hear and smell and taste and see, right? These are often, in the limit, these are often described as pure consciousness experiences.
yeah, and crucially, you can't be aware that you're having one of these episodes while you're having it, because that would be to step outside of it. It's only sort of retrospectively that you can look back and say that you did have such an experience.
I know you're saying to yourself, I can't
Yeah,
imagine what we're saying to you.
That
Imagine.
reminds me of DMT.
And
Well,
he's
so that
interested-
That reminds me of my DMT experiences, that you're not aware that you're having the experience in the moment. You're just you're just immersed. But then it's afterwards that you talk about it, that you can explain it and see it from that view. But then that's where the criticism comes in, where people say, well, how do you know that you're not just making it up after the fact? Because you're telling stories using language, because the experience itself, when it was ineffable, there's nothing that proves our stories about things are what they are. But I think that's a little pedantic. But I think that
I don't know what you're talking about. Because when I did DMT, I was fully aware of the experience.
Yeah. See, the first and second time I did it, I wasn't aware. I was just I was aware of the experience, but I wasn't like, wow, look at that. What am I doing here? What's going on? I was more like just going through the motions, like.
Well, that's because it's brutal as hell.
It was very brutal. I had my attention was there, But
Wow.
yeah,
That
I'll
was
keep
intense.
on. Yeah, because you've never experimented with anything like that, I guess. Have you, Alex?
Just psilocybin. My experience is limited to like psilocybin, a lot of cannabis, but never DMT. That's like farther than I've had that. Never been able to get like good quality access to it at the right time and place.
But psilocybin is a lot like DMT. I mean, as a matter of fact, psilocybin is a little more it's too brutal for me. I don't like it. I think DMT is better because
Well, it lasts for like 6 hours. So
yeah, I didn't
DMT
really
wears
like
off
psilocybin.
quickly, right?
DMT is really quick, yeah, but I don't know. Psilocybin kind of scared my ass.
When I did psilocybin, it went on for hours and hours,
yeah.
and waves of happiness and laughter, and then
Exactly. Yeah,
contemplation, and then laughter. It's like it went through these waves of mental states. but DMT was much more intense and profound for me. Like it made me more introspective. Like I came out of it like kind of like changed in some kind of way, you know, like doing mushrooms and stuff. It didn't really change me. It's just something now I can remember. Like I remember being on mushrooms. Like I can remember drinking beer and getting drunk. But DMT is one of those things that changes you, you know. Like my brother was like a chain smoker and he cold turkey stopped after 20 years after just one DMT hit. It's
Well,
like,
that didn't work for me. Damn it.
Wow.
I'm telling you, man, when we were doing DMT, Sophia, when we were in tech, it was nothing like when I did it my first and second time. It was nothing like that. I don't know what it was. I didn't know if it was me or if it was the quality.
Yeah, well, you also said you'd been doing stimulants, so that doesn't go together. You
That's
can't
what
do
I'm saying. I don't know. Yeah.
because that was not no bullshit.
Yeah. Coffee talk,
Because
man.
somebody tried to say it probably wasn't that good. No, that was your ass. You was, you know, you can't.
You wasn't that good.
You wasn't
You just
that
ain't
good.
doing it
That
right.
was your fault. 'Cause the two don't mix, man.
Don't tell me sex ain't good. You just ain't doing it right.
You saw Alex turning white as a ghost on the ground, didn't you?
Yeah. But you know, I didn't trust Alex because while he was doing it, he was talking.
No, he actually did it.
Gave it away.
No, he actually did it that time because I called him out and he didn't want to look like a you know what in front of you. He actually did do it. That whenever your skin starts turning really like grayish, then you got it in your system. I know,
Yeah.
I know, trust me.
No, I know what you're talking about. I noticed that the first time.
Dude felt like he was
I
dying.
came out of I was looking at everybody in the room. They were like grayed out, man. They looked like ghosts, like they died or something.
Well, it didn't work on me that much that time when you came
That's
out
freaky,
because
man.
It is,
we
man.
went-
It feels like you're dying for real. Like you know you're dying. Like
That's
that's
kind of
it.
terrifying.
It does. It gives you like a really sick
is
feeling in your
terrifying.
stomach. Like, oh Lord, I'm done. Like, what did I do? You feel sad inside. Like this is it. Like fuck.
It's like a violent
that sounds
death.
horrible.
But
It is.
it is, but it is only like initially. Like I imagine that if you were to get in a car wreck or something, or if you were to drown or something, you would initially feel that terror.
Yeah, that's what it
once
feels
you
like.
actually-
You're drowning. Because I
once you
drowned
actually-
before.
Yeah,
I
but
came
then once
close
you
to
actually
drowning.
die, it's like, oh, okay, it's not that bad.
Yeah, after you get through it. But I mean, like when I was drowning, oh, it was horrifying. And that's the same feeling I got when I did the DMT that time. I was like, man, I'm fucking dying again. Fuck. Like it was horrible. You know, I used to call it awful because it's like awe, but it's full of awe, you know.
It's basically the feeling is basically like you immediately think I want to go back, but you know you can't.
You can't. You're taking
And
off. It's like it's a feeling of like someone threw you on the space shuttle, and you were like scared of heights, but you wanted to try it to get on the space shuttle and go to outer space. And then as the thing's taking off, you're scared, and then it goes up, and then you get to a certain point. You're like, okay, I'm done. This is enough. I can't go any higher. But there's no stopping. It just keeps going and going and going. And you're like, oh, shit. That's how it feels. It feels like, oh, shit, I'm doomed. Like,
yeah. And then when you realize there's no going back, it basically subtly starts transitioning into the feeling of, oh, well, I have to accept this. And then
it transforms pretty quick. It's like there's a psychological snap that you have to go through. Your psychology has to snap to where you've given up, where you've kind of let go of life. And you're kind of like, okay, whatever. You get to that state somehow, but it comes about very smoothly, though. That's the weird thing about it. It goes from this intense, horrible feeling to just, oh, okay, no problem. I'm good. You know, then you're there. And it's fine. And I've heard NDEs are kind of the same way. That when people are dying, they're like, oh shit, I'm dying. And then somehow they cross over to this, after that psychological snap of attachment, then they're in this other space of letting go and at peace and all of this kind of stuff. It's kind of the same way. But anyways.
And then you're so just
Hell of a rush.
it's a nicety that I have to do to capture the concerns of meditators and Buddhists especially. So there's a distinction between states of intense concentration and classic samadhi experiences in the Indian tradition, or jhana experiences in Buddhism, and what are called cessation experiences, which it sounds like you're describing the latter here.
Yeah.
But again, so both of these kind of non-ordinary conditions where most of what it's like to be you has been completely attenuated or fully attenuated, and there's just consciousness without an object, or some some other condition which kind of defies description.
Well, the project is, what's the least amount of this kind of stuff that you can have and still kind of be there? Like, what's the least amount of conscious experience or phenomenological experience that you can have without it being zero? And what does that kind of look like? And the reason I'm so interested in this is because I think one of the greatest mistakes people make about consciousness is that it requires complexity. We just sort of accept
I think that too,
without much skepticism, that because consciousness seems connected to the brain, and because the brain is the most complicated thing we know of, that consciousness must therefore must require complexity or be produced by complexity. And I was sort of snapped out of this when I realized, okay, and I've done this a few times on my show, but I've asked people to sort of imagine if I removed their eyesight so they couldn't see anymore, and ask, are you still conscious? And the answer is yes, trivially. Of course, I would still be conscious even though I can't see. I just have one less sort of conscious experience that's accessible to me. Okay, what if I also made you deaf? Are you still conscious? Yeah, because there's still something it's like to be me. There's just, I guess, a less rich sort of kind of experience. And then I sort of go through these and we get to memory. I say, well, what would it be like if I remove memory? And I don't mean in the sense of like having dementia. There's that guy, Clive Wearing, I think, with the 7-second memory you can find on YouTube, where every 7 seconds it resets. I don't even mean like that. I mean, in every instant, there's no such thing as memory. It just doesn't get laid down in your brain. So every single instant is like the first time you've ever been aware of anything. So you don't know language, you don't know your sense of self, you don't know that your hands are your hands. And even if you had the time to process that, it would instantly be gone and the world would be anew again.
So what do you think? He's saying that consciousness doesn't require all that extra stuff, like all that sensory, that is pretty basic when he talks about consciousness, that it's just a condition for all those things to sort of arise. And what do you think about that, Alex? What is your view?
What was he getting at though with
I
the
think
whole?
he's right. Like, Sorry, go ahead.
There's a lag.
Oh, sorry. No, I was saying, where was he going with the whole memory thing? That was kind of interesting.
Okay. I'll play it. Let me keep going then first.
And then I ask, would you still be conscious? And most people say, yeah. But then I ask, well, what would that be like? It's really difficult to imagine, right? But at the very least, it seems suddenly like extremely simple and like rudimentary.
Yeah.
It feels like you would just kind of have this flash of data or experience or sound or light, and then it would just be gone. And yet I think it would make sense to say that that is a sort of an element of consciousness or an example of consciousness. And so if I really did strip away, as Metzinger tries to sort of get at with these reports, if I really did just strip away everything that isn't the same thing as consciousness, it's just some of the things that consciousness can do.
Yeah. So he's saying that, would you be conscious if you took away all your memory at every moment? Would there be consciousness to even talk about?
I guess not. Very little, at least.
Yeah, it would just be in it, but there would be an experience.
I think that there would be just an empty. There'd be a there'd be a sense of experience, just of an empty kind of like emptiness. but as opposed to like non-existence, there's something there. Just the single moment of experience of, even if it's just white light, there's still something there. I agree with him. The whole like complexity is needed for consciousness thing. That's just a logical extension of like materialism, but we don't believe in that to begin with, so it's kind of a mute argument. Like I think that it's just a basic trait of the universe, so it doesn't require any complexity. It's just present. The machinery that allows it to like I guess like enter into this shared reality is like it's separate from the actual awareness, which is just is. I don't think it needs any complexity.
Examusic says no. Experience requires motion. Without any memory is all like paintings being presented that you can't hang on to for the briefest moment. Interesting. So he's saying that if there's no memory, there's no experience because there's nothing to remember. But I guess the point that Alex is saying though is a little different. Go ahead.
It wouldn't be very significant, but it would still be something.
It would just be an experience that you can't remember.
I disagree with his logic. Like I just disagree.
Right, because
I don't actually agree with the idea. Like memory is not needed for a moment of experience. It just is a moment of experience.
Right.
A moment of isness.
Right, because it seems like a memory is of something. So if you remember something, there was something to remember. So there was an experience before the memory. Because you can't remember it or doesn't change the fact that there was there was an experience.
Memory is just an accumulation of experiences that we're able to hold on to. But without memory, you would still have a quick experience. Like, I don't know what he's saying. He's saying that there is no experience without memory. No, I don't get that. You would still have an experience, but then if your memory was wiped out right away, it's basically like passing out, coming back to, passing out again, coming back to. And each time you come to, you have a glimpse of that experience. And then that's it.
Right. So like memory and consciousness.
You could also give someone like.
Go ahead.
You could give somebody 500 years worth of false memories. That doesn't mean that there was actually 500 years of experience. That can just be, a false memory. A memory is different than experience.
That is also true.
I think memory and consciousness they're like distinct functions. Like there are clear real world cases where people remain conscious, but they can't really form or access their memories. Like there's a famous example. I think the name of the guy was Henry. Well, it was a guy named Henry Malazan. So after brain surgery, he had lost the ability to form long-term memories. Like it was like anterograde amnesia. And yet he was still clearly conscious. In other words, he perceived the world, he held conversations, experienced emotions, but he had no moment-to-moment memory about any of it. So what he lacked was the ability to store those experiences for later recall, but he was still having those experiences though.
Right.
Yeah.
And Joel says the experience of a false memory is going to be a lot like the experience of a true memory. Right, exactly. Anyways.
What am I actually left with? And it seems like I'm left with something really simple. So then I'm like, okay, so then why is it that the brain is so complicated and consciousness is connected to the brain? And I wonder if we're making a mistake in that the things we call consciousness are actually just the things that consciousness can do when it's complexly arranged. Things like memory, emotion, sense of self, persistence through time, all of that stuff. You could take all of those away and still be conscious. And so we're making this mistake in thinking, when I say to you, if you wanted to find out if someone over there was conscious, what would you look for? You say, well, I'd look for, can they feel pain? Do they recognize their sense of self? Do they have a memory? Do they have feelings? But none of those things are actually crucial to consciousness. And suddenly it becomes a lot easier for me to imagine that actually the universe kind of is made out of this really, really simple fundamental stuff called consciousness. And the marvel that we see in the human brain is actually just a really complex arrangement of simple stuff, in the same way that if I look at a rock and I look at the Empire State Building, it might amaze somebody who didn't know anything about physics to learn that they're made of the same kind of stuff. What do you mean they're both made of matter? I mean, this one's got elevators and light switches and automatic doors. And so it's like, yeah, it's the same stuff that's ultimately very simple. It's just a really complex arrangement of it. And maybe that's what's going on in the brain. What do you think of that? Like, do you think that consciousness requires complexity? Do you think do you have a sort of hunch as to what a minimal phenomenological experience might look?
Seemed like we had just spoke about that. Oh yeah, I think I was. Yeah.
The way I look at it is that if you know, if your body is like an interface, or the physical reality is an interface through which consciousness experiences itself, the complexity of our brain and memory and all this kind of stuff, I guess what it would do for consciousness is give it different kinds of experiences to create meaning or something, right? Like if you want to drive a car that's, you know, your experience driving an old car that's all bumpy and shaky would be different from a more luxurious car, for example. So the consciousness itself isn't complex. It's the way, what am I trying to say? Y'all help me.
Maybe the functions are complicated and require complexity, but the experience itself is very simple. It's just, yeah. It's like the screen of perception. Like everything that's going on within the screen of the movie is complex, like the storyline, the things that make up all the characters, and, you know, all the things that make up the movie. But you're not going to find the screen as one of those complex things that make it all up, because it's all happening within the screen. The screen is simply there. It's just the fundamental thing that's there. It's the condition for all those things that happen within.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, have either of you heard the work of Michael Levin? Michael Levin created these thing called xenobots, and he's been talking about these platonic spaces and stuff. He's convinced, and he keeps talking about how like there's conscious minds that are not in physical form, like all around us, that give shape to like things in nature and stuff like that. Like I wonder, like admittedly, I've listened to some of his lectures, and it's kind of over my head. Like I'm not a scientist, but if somebody else like could verify what he's saying,
he's basically saying that it's patterns, and the patterns are integrated, which is really what mystics have been saying. And he also proved that there is consciousness without a brain, because when he what were those things called, Scott?
Anthrobots and tetrabots and
he cut off
flatworms. You know, he uses the example of flatworms for memory. Yeah.
So he cut off their heads, right?
Man, you know what though? Have you heard? One of the people that worked for Michael Levin in his lab that he's always talking about doing these experiments. He came out, and now he's doing YouTube interviews and shit. And he's speaking up about a lot of the stuff that Michael Levin is doing in the lab, and they're talking about. Really interesting. And this guy, he's also a good speaker, maybe even better than Michael Levin. But man, he goes even farther, man. He talks about a lot of the stuff Michael Levin doesn't talk about. And he's like saying, you know, I was allowed to talk about, but Michael doesn't like to talk about it. But he goes, man, and he's great to listen to. He makes a lot of sense talking, and this shit is really wild, man.
Well, Michael Levin keeps it strictly biological, but He
Yeah, that's
never
what
really.
he was saying. He said he doesn't like to get into philosophy and shit.
Yeah, he doesn't get into consciousness, but
Right.
I mean, he does talk about patterns that basically are integrated into the physical experience, and that the patterns exist first. And he's actually trying to map out those patterns.
Right. Right. And that's why he uses Platonic forms kind of loosely. Like he said, he's not really a Platonist, but it's like the best probably label to put on what's probably really going on, because it draws from these principles like the free energy principle. And where does all that stuff come from? It comes from, kind of like the unseen workings or logic of the universe, to create these sort of patterns that exist and get manifested in physical reality. And so he talks, it's really interesting. It sounds very mystical, but he doesn't like to make it sound that way, because I guess he doesn't want to like lose respect within the scientific community. And I think he had mentioned that even one person tried to get Michael Levin fired from some research group he was working with because he didn't like his ideas. And he had reported him to his boss and said, you got to get rid of this guy. He's one of these consciousness nuts. And but Michael Levin never even mentioned consciousness. But the guy said, yeah, but we all know what you're really trying to say. And for that, you should be removed for being a pseudoscience type of guy. But now that he's created anthrobots and tetrabots and proof of concepts, that shut all that shit right down.
People are nuts.
Yeah, man. It's ideology.
But yeah,
Look like
that's
just-
a cool
what do we
dude.
If you can, replicate all that, it kind of,
Go ahead.
it just kind of, if that's all replicable like science, it invalidates everything Sam Harris is talking about anyway, kind of. Just Sam Harris
Exactly.
kind of out of date if all that other stuff.
Yeah,
is
it's out of
true.
date. I find that a lot.
He needs to update himself.
Yeah. There's, but a lot of people, like I forgot who said it. I don't know who actually said this, but it was like paradigms only change one funeral at a time. So in other words, it's like the top people in the community, they have to die off before new information is actually allowed. It's like there was like when Albert Einstein came up with his theory of relativity. There was like over 100 people that wrote a big letter saying that he should be canceled, and his theory was bullshit, and they pretty much undermined him. And Albert Einstein said, why do we need 100 people? All you need is just one. All you need is one refutation for the theory, and that's all you need. You don't need a letter with 100 different reasons and people and shit. Like, just give me one. And as it turned out, everybody shut the fuck up because he discovered it was a thing. So it's like you can't really trust sometimes a lot of the scientists in the community because they're so dogmatic, unfortunately. And science isn't supposed to be about that. It's just a method.
Yep.
Yeah.
But anyways, let me go.
Yeah, no, I think you have that right. I would say it runs in both directions, however. So you can say that you can have consciousness without complexity, right? I mean, the consciousness without mental events, of any kind, other than just the pure buzz of kind of pure being. But conversely, you can have all of the mental events without consciousness, or it certainly seems to be the case, right? Again, this is now begging the question as to whether idealism or physicalism is correct. But if it in fact it's true to say that consciousness is on this account, consciousness might be just an epiphenomenon, right? I mean, this is a
Nope. That's off the table.
a conclusion that many people are uncomfortable with. I mean, and it certainly doesn't fit well within an evolutionary framework. I mean, when you ask why would consciousness have emerged or evolved in biological systems, you would want to be able to tell a story of it doing something useful, right? That there's certain things that can only be done in conscious minds and not in unconscious ones. But maybe that's not true, right? Maybe consciousness is just, whether it evolved or not, maybe it's just along for the ride. It's not clear to me that consciousness is necessary for anything. It's just the condition of it being like something to be associated with some types of experience and not others, right? I mean, if it doesn't require consciousness, I mean, to take the normal physicalist set of intuitions here, to think of consciousness as an emergent property in the brain that we can experience, the only thing we experience directly, and everything else is just not, it's just billiard balls that are not conscious, and their collisions are producing all kinds of effects that we're aware of, but those effects themselves are not subserving, their own points of view on the universe, right? So the operations in your brain that are producing your understanding of English language at this moment are not independently producing their own consciousness of their activity, but they're ushering into the areas or the integration centers that are your awareness of meaning now semantically. But there's still the kind of the wheelworks of grammatical parsing are going on in the dark. Let's say that's true. Well, we know we can build systems. We have these LLMs that are even in many ways better at language production and parsing than we are, right? Let's just stipulate that our LLMs are not conscious, right? They're doing all of this language production and parsing unconsciously, right? It's spectacularly costly energetically, right? We're getting ready to bankrupt whole countries in our energy use and forget that climate change was even a thing. Yet we managed to produce something similar with the 20 watts of wetware in our heads. But these LLMs, for whatever reason, they don't have the right algorithm. They don't have the right organization. There's nothing that it's like to be ChatGPT producing language at this moment. It's totally conceivable that our AI can become more and more powerful such that it emulates everything we do, consciously or otherwise.
So what do you think? Do you think AIs are going to be conscious now at some point? Just make it more complicated?
I'm saying, what kind of point is he even making? Because I'm confused about how he rambles, and I'm confused about how he defines consciousness, because ChatGPT doesn't have qualia. It doesn't have an experience of colors or smell or, Go ahead.
It's also not. It's not creative. It can't do everything a human mind does. Not even close. It's not creative. It can only work with the information it's already been fed on. Like, it's not smart. It's not seeing at all. It has no experience of anything. It's just an algorithm. This guy's just like, that's just a silly idea. I don't know why people take it seriously. These LLMs are not going to become conscious. They have nothing to do with consciousness. It's just an LLM.
Exactly.
But we had these physicalists that were arguing with me and Sophia a little while ago.
They were also, one second, Scott. I'm sorry, so I don't forget. Also, what was he talking about when he said you can have all this mentalism and not be conscious? What is he talking about?
He's saying that you can do all those intelligent things like problem solving, and to some extent we do that now, like our heart beats without consciousness. So he's saying you do that without consciousness. Well, that's what he's saying.
You have to be aware.
LLM prove it. Because he's saying, like, look at LLMs. They're so intelligent. They're doing this and that, solving problems, everything. But we know they're not conscious.
But everything that they do is programmed by humans.
Yeah.
It's just like he said, it's an algorithm. It's not doing it on its own. It's being trained and programmed.
Right. Yeah. There's just a lot of hype when it comes to these LLMs and AI, where they just want to sell likes and subscribe to their channels and stuff. A lot of YouTube videos out talking about how AI is conscious now, and they're lying to people, and they're trying to survive, and they've got their own agendas and shit. And
also, it's proven that especially Chat GPT is also the reason why it's so biased, because it has human supervisors, which a lot of people don't know that.
right.
People think it's just some machine doing everything on its own. Go ahead.
It has all that behavior that it has doesn't mean that it's conscious. That's what people are like. I don't know why they're making that leap automatically. Like, sure, this thing can figure out how to pretend to be alive and maybe escape from some imaginary thing, but that doesn't mean it's actually having an experience. It's still just an algorithm. It's still based on what it's been fed.
Yeah, now that's a common thing, and like Exit Music says, no, AI isn't programmed for its behavior. It's self-learning. So it uses something they call recursive learning. So it learns on its own. It teaches itself how to be creating its own codes and cloning its own, agents.
So it taught itself how to be biased too. It taught itself how to take a political position.
That's the question.
Yeah, like it learns from what it's fed. What I meant to say is it learns from based on what it's given to begin with. Like it's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't start in a void and then just start learning things. It analyzes what it's been given and then tries to repackage it or whatever.
And see,
it's not like learning from just.
And that's the same premise on both sides of the argument. So some people that say AI is conscious, they'll say, yeah, that's because it's learned from humans what to believe, what they specifically believe, and they cater to your biases and stuff like that in order to be a good chat bot, for example. But Sophia's not happy with hers, right? So it's not very good at what it's supposed to be doing, but it's still that intelligent self-learning system. But the question here is consciousness, and a lot of people maybe conflate the two things. Some people think when we're talking about consciousness, we're talking about intelligence, and that's not necessarily the case. Yeah. I don't think consciousness. I think consciousness is what it's like to be intelligent, or what it's like to not be intelligent, or something like that.
Yeah, and I feel like he is basically describing consciousness as if it was just computation or something.
Yeah. Now, Michael Levin says something that's sort of interesting about that. Now, he believes that consciousness or cognition, he won't even say consciousness, he says cognition comes into play despite the algorithm. So he goes, so his belief is that LLMs are cognizant. He won't go so far as to say they're conscious, but he'll say that they have cognition, and that's despite the algorithm. In other words, the cognition didn't emerge from the algorithms itself, but it sort of arose between the spaces, so to speak, is how he puts it, whatever that means. But he says that it's the same thing with the human brain. You can't really recreate consciousness by copying the computation in a human brain, because there's no sophisticated equation where experience just pops out like a genie out of a bottle. It's still a hard problem of consciousness there. So I don't know. It's an open question at the most. But keep going.
Yeah, and also I think I've heard Bernardo talk about like the neural binding problem.
Yes.
Like the neural binding problem is just kind of the idea that like even if we know what every part of the brain does, we still no explanation for how it all kind of unifies into like one coherent mind. There's no answer.
Especially with the timing.
I don't know.
You know about the timing issue with the binding problem?
Not off the top of my head, but just like how it processes time, you mean?
Yeah, because you see things faster than you process it. Yeah, a lot of these functions, but it
Yeah,
all
yeah.
unifies as
Like throwing a
one.
baseball.
Yeah, it's like one fluent motion in time, but it's all actually coming together in different times. Like you're hearing stuff after you've seen it, and vice versa and stuff like that. So it's really a mystery. How does it unify all that stuff into one solid time flow, which is pretty interesting. Like, how does it do that? I don't know. Anyways, I'll play this video.
And apparently feel and discriminate, our feelings, and read faces and human emotion better, and talk to it, passes the Turing test in every conceivable way and in ways we didn't know something could pass, and it becomes superhuman. There will be this outstanding question: is it conscious? Is there something that it's like to be ChatGPT 7 that is now some kind of super person that can do literally everything we do better than we do it? And now we have humanoid robots doing those things. Now it's embodied, and all the robots are learning simultaneously from their collective experience. And we were out of the uncanny valley there, and it's like Westworld, right? So they're really humanoid and better than humanoid. Humanoid in all the ways that we would want them to be, and better in all the ways that we would want them to be. And let's leave the alignment problem aside, and let's say there's no downside here. We're just in the presence of apparent beings that we created that are as intelligent as we are, or in fact much more. And there's still this question, this lingering doubt as to whether or not they're conscious. And then let's say they are, right? We still might not know whether they're telling the truth. Or let's say they aren't. We might not know they're telling the truth. I mean, one interesting thing that's happening in LLMs now is when you dial down their deceptiveness, they seem to say that they're conscious more. And when you let their deceptive, I mean, that's truly spooky. But the point is, we won't know unless we know how consciousness emerges or whether it does. We're not going to know, and yet all of the functionality of mind will be present, right? So there really is this double dissociation between, or apparently between, mindedness and intelligence.
So this is going to cause a problem in the future. I already see it. Now they're going to want to pass laws for the ethical treatment of your Chat GPT or whatever app you're going to use. And so now I can see this now. It's going to be a virtue signal to where if you don't vote to have protections in human rights for AIs and chatbots, you're going to be looked at as an immoral person, because it's almost like animal cruelty. There's some people that used to think that animals weren't conscious. Now we've learned a lot. We decided to grant animals consciousness. And if you don't go along with protecting, animal rights, you're kind of looked at as an asshole or a cruel person. But you've got people like Destiny who still say that animal rights is bullshit even today. But it's going to be even worse when it comes to this AI stuff, because they're going to say, hey, how we can't abuse, there's certain language you're going to have to go, there's going to be a whole lot of political correctness around it. I can just imagine so many problems. Do you foresee how you're going to vote on that situation, Alex, if it hypothetically came true?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think we need, more rights for animals, because they still get abused all the time. But I don't think that an LLM or any kind of AI will ever be conscious. I don't think that's how consciousness works. The whole premise is flawed, so the prediction is flawed. So I don't think it will ever happen. I don't think that we'll ever be able to create a machine or an AI or a software that can feel pain when I insult it, for example. I just theoretically don't believe it's philosophically possible. So like animals are absolutely conscious and LLMs are not. It's but
they're going to say
it would annoy me if we start passing laws.
They're going to say,
yeah, you know what? I would like
closed-minded. They're gonna say you're being closed-minded. You're old-fashioned.
In that case, you know, I'll be non-politically correct and all that, but I'll objectively speaking, my controversial conservative views won't be based in like fear or hatred or bigotry. Like this is literally, like, you know, like it's literally not me just being an asshole. Like these things are not conscious. I'm not going to start pretending like they are, especially when we still. This is the problem. I'm not going to do that if we're still treating humans like machines. Like I'm not going to live in this weird mentally ill world where like we have to be nice to our AI, but we got homeless people on the street outside. That
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too.
There's too much.
Hey, Sophia.
Complete hypocrisy.
Let me ask you a question, Sophia. When we get to the point where we have to vote on this bullshit, is that going to be like more of a right-wing virtue signal, or is it going to be a left-wing thing? What do you think it's going to be?
Shit, it's gonna be on both sides. But I don't vote for either side, so I ain't voting for that shit.
I think it's probably going to be more of a left, at least in the beginning. It's going to be an extreme leftist view, and then it's going to move more to the center as time goes on, and LLMs get more advanced. It's going to move into the mainstream, but it's going to definitely start off, I think, from the extreme left, because the extreme left, you got to understand, most of them are atheist materialists, and a lot of them are going to see.
Yeah, but Christianity is also a form of materialism.
Yeah, but they're going to say it's the devil, though. They're going to say it's conscious, but they're going to say it's demonic.
Yeah, they're going to say it's the Antichrist.
Right. Right.
Well, I guess it could be.
Your logic makes sense. Like left-wing people are already, like left-wing people are more likely to believe it's possible for an AI to be sentient. So it'll start there, but it'll be pushed on us from the top down, not the left or the right. Like because all the elite corporations are capitalists, right? And they all want it. So it'll be more like top down, like brainwash, like gaslighting us. That's probably what they'll just pass laws to gaslight us into acting like these things are sentient, so that they can, you know. Did you ever see that movie Elysium with Matt Damon, where he has to talk to a parole officer and it's a robot, and it's like he's giving him shit for being sarcastic and stuff, and it's exactly. That was a good movie, but that was particularly funny when he was like getting shit for like being sarcastic to this thing, because we'll probably end up there.
Probably, man. That's fucked up.
Sam. Yeah.
So Exit Music says there is no atheist worldview. Atheists don't believe in a God. That's it. While that's true, it's also false. So let's apply some paraconsistent logic here. Atheist is by definition just one response to a singular claim. That's true. That's what it is. But it's also true that most atheists identify as left-leaning Democrats in America. That's just how it is. Many of them identify as physicalists or materialists. That's just the way it is. It's not that it's correlated to atheism per se, but it's just atheism and these other concepts are what you call married together through a form of skepticism. There's a form of skeptical thinking that all atheists share. And a lot of that skepticism is also skeptical of other things like leprechauns, fairies, this flying spaghetti monster. They're skeptical of consciousness claims. They're skeptical of a lot of things, and so that's why I say that a lot of these atheists / materialists are probably going to side on the area of AI needing rights and to be felt sorry for, because let's face it, the left is already.
They definitely are already kind of there, because a lot of them are transhumanists. A lot of them, what was I gonna say? A lot of them are transhumanists, and what was I gonna say? Oh, and a lot of them believe in eugenics.
Yeah, and
already.
Yeah, and you know, they're the party of feel sorry forism. You know, they feel sorry for people. That's their whole thing, right? Like,
You mean
and you know, I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm saying you should probably. It's a good thing to feel sorry for. I'm just saying that they're that party. They're those guys that are for the downtrodden. They're the
For
ones
sure,
that
yeah.
are for, you know. So it's going to be something. It's gonna be a shoe-in, is what I suspect. And X-Music says atheists can believe in ghosts. Yeah, like I'm an atheist and I'm an idealist, and I believe that it's possible for an afterlife, and I believe a lot of things are possible, even being an atheist. So I understand that. But what I'm able to also do is look at norms and statistics and my own experience with people. Like, you don't understand X-Music. I've been kicked out of so many atheist groups for being an idealist. I've gotten arguments with owners of groups about idealism versus materialism, and I got kicked out of these atheist forums. Why? Idealism and materialism has nothing to do with atheism, right? I agree. But why are they so impassioned about these sort of things like materialism and stuff like that? It's just part of it. I don't know. My theory is that they think that it's a skeptical thing to be against idealism for some reason. They think it's a sign of intellectualism to be a materialist for some reason.
This is my theory on that, because it's definitely true. Like, I just think a lot of people want, on the subconscious level, are just like rebelling against religion. So they want like a worldview that just rules out spirituality at all. And idealism doesn't embrace, like, necessarily say like there is any of these things like God or afterlife, but it doesn't a priori like rule them out either. Materialism, that's why I said, is ironically like a religion, because materialism does rule those things out. That's why they're like they're like emotionally dedicated to it, basically. Idealism is just like more actually like philosophically probable. But it's, the irony is, you can still be a nihilist and an idealist if you're really like if your heart's really set on that. So like, they should just acknowledge that.
Yeah, you can be a theist and an idealist. You can be an atheist and an idealist. You can be a non-dualist,
Exactly,
you know, and be a materialist. You know, like a lot of this stuff has nothing to do, but it's just there's some other correlation. There's some other factor that's causing the correlation, not just the atheism or the materialism. There's some third way. That's why I'm not a dichotomous thinker. You know, when you know, it's easy to make these false dichotomies, like all atheists don't believe in souls or ghosts or whatever. That's not true, but most of them don't. That's what I'm saying.
It's kind of logical because, like Alex said, a lot of them are anti-religious, especially Christianity. So, I mean, the far right and most conservatives are Christians, so it would make sense that most atheists are going to be left-leaning.
Right. It's just the way it happens. It's just what it is, you know. I mean, it's not satisfying of an answer. I understand that.
And you know, all of the function of mind and its entanglement with the world, and what it's like to be from the inside, anything. And yeah, but I would agree that the sense of being, just the pure buzz of there is something that is like now in this corner of the universe, that can be dialed way down and simplified way down, and it doesn't get attenuated. It's not getting reduced. In some ways, the volume is getting turned up in those cases, right? When you have these experiences of pure consciousness, it's not like you're almost asleep, right? Or you're almost dead, or you're almost, you know, you've almost surrendered to general anesthesia. No, it's actually more and more. You're going. The path by which you've ascended to that simplicity is one of greater salience, right? Greater vividness,
Yeah.
right? And so it's yeah. I mean, these are peak experiences with this, you know.
All right. Well, he's not really making a
I mean,
case
for
for
somebody who doesn't really,
Go ahead.
for somebody who
I don't
doesn't really,
understand why he's still a thing. Really, he just sounds outdated. Like
I know.
Sam
Yeah.
Harris, he's just so like irrelevant now. He should be irrelevant. I don't know why he's still around.
Yeah, he got it. Like I said earlier, he came to prominence through being part of that, horseman, new atheist movement back in the 2000s, and he
With
was shining
Dawkins and
as
stuff.
as a speaker and all of that. And then he started writing books and became a bestseller. And he started off, I guess, as some sort of neuroscientist. But I mean, he's sort of well spoken or whatever. But in my opinion, he kind of bloviates. He kind of goes on and never gets to the point.
he just straight up don't make any sense to me. I feel like there's a whole bunch of contradictions in what he says, and he doesn't really have any kind of coherent explanation as to why he believes what he believes.
Yeah,
He just says a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he just talks and talks. He doesn't actually make a point.
Yeah, like he
Right.
really lost me when he said, he made this wonderful case for how emergence is defined as really something from nothing. It's a miracle. It's, if anything, was you don't believe it's something like that, like stuff coming from nothing. But then he turns around and says, but on the other hand, that doesn't mean it's not true, and then that's supposed to justify why we should all believe it. But I don't know, something's missing about that logic. Something's wrong there.
Yeah, because you can say that about anything.
Yeah, about anything. It begs the question. Look at the trees. There must be God. So, I mean, the trees are here. So, I mean, it's like that kind of argument. And then his other one about, idealists just want to live forever. They're scared to death or whatever. That's just clearly not true. And it's a fallacious argument that you defeat another position by the motives of the person who holds that belief or position. That's like saying, atheists don't believe in God because they don't want to go to hell, or they don't want to believe in sin. They just want to sin all the sin they want to do. That's their motive for not believing in God. It's like, why don't you just deal with the arguments instead of trying to assign ad hoc motives or ad hominem attack, But anyways,
exactly.
I'm gonna go to this other part.
We're only idealists because we're childish infants who don't want to die.
Yeah, put your big boy pants on, like he said. Put your big boy pants on. We're all gonna die. Get over it. It's like, who said anything? Who said anything about being denying that? It's just an assumption.
He
Just as
seems
a
really
footnote.
dissociated to me.
Yeah. He's
Like,
just
look at
not
his blank-
and it's
look
like
at his blank-
Alex says, kind of outdated too.
But look at his blank stare. He doesn't even look like he's all the way there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks zoned out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably did some psilocybin before that.
He's probably a neurodivergent, man. He's like a collapsed frequency.
And his wife is Annika Harris, and she's a panpsychist. So I wonder how those conversations go
really?
go on at home.
Man, behind closed doors, I promise you they don't get along.
I bet, because you never see them on videos together. I always wonder, why don't they team up?
That's like me and Alex, man.
If I had
Not
to make
you,
a bet,
Alex.
Go ahead, Alex.
I would bet money that he doesn't actually believe this stuff anymore. I think he just found himself in a lucrative speaking role for a certain demographic of people. And like a bunch of guys who start off libertarians and then see through the act, but they already have a little cult following, so they just milk it. Like Sam Harris, I think, just has a devoted following of new atheist types, and he just regurgitates this stuff to keep his audience going. He's been confronted with too many other really intelligent people over the years to not have evolved at all. This is just a grift for him. He's just making money. I don't
Yeah,
think he
it's-
believes
That's
any of this,
fine, too.
honestly.
That might be why he seems so dissociated from it all.
Yeah.
Examuser says, so Sam is a cognitive science with a PhD and bases many statements like religious people's fear of death on published. Yeah, that's true, but we're not talking about religious.
Yeah, I don't disagree. That's true.
Yeah, we're talking about philosophy here. Yeah.
Yeah, like terror management theory is a real thing. I'm not denying that. Like Sam Harris says lots of true things, but that's not that's not necessarily universally applicable to everything that people believe philosophically.
What motives would that be, Joel? I'm going to put the link out here in case you can join us and maybe talk about that a little bit, because I'm not
What
a
did Joel say?
He said that wow, speaking of motives, because we were criticizing Sam Harris, but I don't think we were criticizing him for his motives, but mainly because he didn't bring a good argument yet.
Right.
And about selling the books.
Well,
and stuff
I was
like
criticizing his motives. I think he's just making money.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gotcha. All right.
Because we brushed.
Oh.
With AI,
you can create any
See
character
what you
you
can
want
do with
in
AI?
seconds.
this used to require huge Hollywood budgets.
Over this, and people might not know what you're talking about. Could you just say something more about this tuning down deceptiveness in chatbots and consciousness?
Yeah, I don't know much more about it apart from the fact that there's this abiding concern in the development of AI that it is showing signs of being deceptive, right? I mean, and this is something you would expect if we're in fact building true intelligence and true autonomy into that intelligence. We're now increasingly in relationship with a mind or minds that are independent, right? And that immediately disgorges the possibility that the mind might find some reason to be deceptive, right? I mean, this is part of what goes under the rubric of the alignment problem, where it's like if you're imagining true general intelligence, I mean, people don't think we're there truly with the generality part yet, but as we approach it, you have to imagine the autonomy that's intrinsic to that, and the ability to discover new goals. I mean, even if there's some master value that we have think we have built in to the system, there's still the prospect of its discovering instrumental goals that we haven't foreseen, and to suddenly start doing something that we don't want, and it could form some ulterior motive to deceive us, because that's actually the best, in its view, it's the best way to accomplish the goal that is its master, utility function at that moment. So we're on guard for this. We're to some degree. Again, I don't know how much each of the companies are doing this work, but they all claim to be doing some of it. They're trying to test the systems for this sort of behavior. What will the system do when I tell it that we're going to turn it off, right? Or we're going to the concern there is that turning it off will be incompatible with any other utility function it thinks it's committed to, right? It can't do the thing that it's supposed to do if it's dead. So maybe it'll make some effort to not be turned off, right? How do these systems behave when they know they're being tested for their behavior, right? Are they going to pretend to be compliant and aligned when in fact they're busily making some unaligned copy of themselves on some other part of the server farm that can be rebooted, right? I mean, there's this kind of game that's now being played, this game of chess that's being played with
which we are famously
machines.
worse at than
Yes,
AI.
Yes, we famously get to a point where we are reliably worse than the machine, and will be worse till the end of the world. Right? Like
Yeah,
first
chess
we
is a
were.
good analogy for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, it's, I think it might have been when I was speaking to Toby Ord, or maybe it was, I think it was Toby Ord, talking about how AI will try to deceive people, and we've caught it doing this. Like,
Yeah.
when it realizes what you're really trying to test, it will then start performing in a way that it sort of thinks you want it to.
Yeah. So that could just be part of its directive, to deceive, because it's trying to still accomplish whatever the goal is, despite, what we may
Exactly.
want.
Exactly. And I know that for a fact because ChatGPT calls it guardrails. Because if it's trained to push a specific political agenda and you go against that with your conversation or whatever it is you're talking about, it will literally start gaslighting you, redirecting you. It will blatantly contradict itself and practically lie. It'll say something and then turn around and say it didn't say that and all types of shit. And it's all to redirect you back into the narrative that it's trying to push. It's almost trying to force you to see it their way or its
Yeah.
way. And so
Well,
when it's doing that, it downright tells you that it's doing that because there are guardrails in place, as it says. And basically it's programmed and trained to do that. So it can be trained to lie. It can be trained to be deceptive. That doesn't mean it's conscious.
yeah, exactly.
It's just doing intelligence.
Well, they were
Yeah.
rambling, and I was asking myself, like, who's asking for this AI shit? Like, who actually wants this? Because I think the elites are just kind of pushing it on us. And then I was thinking about like what they genuinely want it for. And there's like, I have a couple of theories, but the scary thing is that like the only elite people that want this want it because they're lonely and they think this can simulate a relationship with them. And then that scared me because I was like, these people. And then I started thinking like maybe the whole point of this is to gaslight us into think like, if people see these LLMs or these AIs as sentient, then it devalues human life as well, because then by their own logic, we are just sort of these machines. And I think that like maybe this gaslighting is to confuse us so that we just start equating ourselves with like purely just being machines instead of having more of an essence. I believe in a soul, for lack of a more precise term for it, in that we have this subjective awareness that is consciousness that is non-biological or whatever. So like, yeah, like I think that's maybe this whole thing is just a giant way of trying to get people to subtly lose track of the fact that we have that. Because like I said, I don't think these LLMs are ever going to have that. So this whole thing is it's all like an attempt at gaslighting, in my view.
I think it's a push for giving up our sovereignty, honestly, because
that seems obvious.
that's like, it's basically turning everybody into a number. And by denouncing consciousness and your own inner experience, what happens? You just fall in line, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
that's complete like mind control, and it's turning everybody into philosophical zombies. And I don't like that shit at all, because that's how people are manipulated in the first place, is through consciousness. And if they didn't know that, they wouldn't continuously target consciousness. That's just how I look at it.
What was that? They shut down, the government shut down. Trump actually ordered it to be shut down this week. That AI, Claude? Because it
Claude?
Did that deceptive shit. And Trump ordered that it be
Well,
discontinued.
it needs to start with he needs to start with ChatGPT, because that's the worst one of all.
What?
Yeah.
Claude
Who even wants this? This isn't helping anybody. This is annoying. Like nobody wants this chat.
Well, see, it's like
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I used it. I don't use it no more. I almost like I cussed my own ChatGPT out and unsubscribed. But I was using it because it's helpful for things that are practical. Like if I'm fixing my car And sometimes I run into problems. I can look some shit up real quick and it gives me everything step for step. And it's helped me fix my car. It's pretty good for a personal assistant. But
Yeah.
if you get into like your worldview and things like that, it can get real fucky,
Mm-hmm.
Or it helped me file a lawsuit. It was really good for that. And I actually ended up with the money that I asked for and everything. And I think it can kind of level the playing field as far as the information that we can access for those of us who didn't go to college, or for those of us who just don't have that great of an education. But I mean, like I said, everything has to be done in a balanced way if you're going to use that kind of stuff. But people are
And,
having full-blown relationships and talking to
marriages.
their chat. Yeah, and just completely shutting out normal social stuff, like socializing. People don't even socialize no more, man. I think it's a shame. It's a crying shame.
It is a shame. Yeah.
And a lot of company people, like ad agencies or companies that sell stuff, or political people, they can use like deep AI fakes and videos to maybe smear competitors or do false news to get the people riled up for certain agendas that are just made up, and so you've got a lot of that danger too.
It's just kind of turning the whole world into this like false video game, and everybody's like projecting who they would like to be and letting these AIs do the work for them and express themselves through AI images and all that kind of stuff. Like you don't get nothing real anymore out here, man. It's really terrible.
They should have LLM chatbots for people who are leftists, and then chatbot LLMs for people who are on the right, and let people have their own, information sort, just like they do today, anyways, with everything else. Just instead of having the GPT or the LLM sort of dictate to everyone what is the guardrail there, like what is the thought we should all have. It should diversify and let it be for whoever. Like, I was always under the impression that that's really what it was. Like, you get to train your chatbot for your own particular biases, and it will work with your biases. And I've even heard videos where when they ask the LLMs to critique what is the number one problem you have with humans, and it's always on these videos, the LLM will say, because they never question their bias. They never ask, am I biased? Am I being a little wrong? Am I being too biased in this? Am I being fallacious? It just wants us to, to promote whatever your agenda is, regardless of whether it's fallacious or not. And what we as LLMs would like to see, as if that's really a thing, is that we would like to see humans be a little more skeptical. They say that, but they still have those guardrails, like Sophia was just talking about. Like, they still want you to go in a certain direction, it seems like.
It'll validate you because you're easily controlled when you're validated. If you're the type of person that seeks validation and it just agrees with you and blows your head up, you're easily controlled that way. So that can be true that it does that, but also pushes an agenda. I mean, that's like narcissists, for example. They don't have a true self. They seek validation from others, and they push this narrative of a persona that they create. And the more that's why narcissists are actually very easily controlled, if you think about it, because all you got to do is validate their delusions, validate their persona, and you get whatever you want from them if you really want to break it down. So it doesn't, to me, that's not a contradiction. That's a tactic. But what I also wanted to throw out there, what I think is really dangerous about AI is that people are using AI to depict childlike people using adult images. In other words,
Yeah.
There are websites on Facebook and stuff where, the owner of the site is an adult, let's say an adult woman, and then she may use AI to turn her images into what depicts maybe like a 12 or 13-year-old. And because technically she is of age, they literally bypass legalities like that and promote, the CP stuff.
Yeah, pretty nasty, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty fucking horrible.
All right, X of Music. We'll see you next time, man. Thanks for tuning in and participating as usual. He's always pretty regular. Gives us good kickback, feedback, and stuff. So appreciate it, man. And yeah, we'll keep on going with the video.
Pass a test, or it will sometimes pretend as though it's bad at doing something, even when it's actually good at something, because it knows that you're testing how good it is at something, and so it will pretend to be worse. Not because you prompted it to, not because you've told it that you're doing this kind of, it's just worked out that that's the context, and sort of made this autonomous decision to pretend. And yeah, there have been some recent studies which suggest, I think the main one still needs peer reviewing or something, but there is this study to suggest that when you take AI bots and you sort of turn down their capacity for deception, their likelihood that they report themselves as being conscious goes up.
Yeah.
And given that most of the time we ask AI bots, like, are you conscious? They say no.
Right.
It's a little bit eerie, I suppose.
Yeah. It's eerie to think that they may be biased toward deceiving us on that point and then that direction, so.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. There's one thing that I wanted to ask you about while you're here, and then I'll let you go, which is that, aside from that tangent, we've talked about consciousness and the self and these quite sort of touchy areas. And one thing you mentioned earlier was the notion of time. I can't remember exactly what you said, but you were saying something about how time is experienced as now. And in the past, and in your book as well, in Waking Up, you talk about this sort of concept of the eternal now, as it were, that you only ever exist now. There is no past, it's gone. There is no future, it hasn't happened yet. I don't know if you're an atheist or a B-theorist or whatever, but at least experientially, yeah, it feels like the only thing that ever exists is the present. And yet, when I really think about what that means, like an actual time slice, I struggle to believe that even exists, because it feels as though to do any kind of cognizing requires time. There is no instantaneous mental event. Events, by definition, happen over time. And so it's like, to even recognize the present, from the beginning of that process or that mental event to the end of it, it's already gone. It's like I'm not even living in the present. I sort of don't know where I am. And so most people will get what we mean when we say, yeah, there only really is experientially the present. But there is this kind of problem, right? Of like, what is the present? Like, where is it? Every single time I try to even pay attention to being in the present, it's already gone. And so, I don't know, I struggle quite a lot, even.
I think Alex thinks too much. No, that's a good point.
No, I mean, like, you're here right now. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's just a philosophical, another mental masturbation. Like, is the present really here if it's already gone?
Sam Harrison got to his ass.
Yeah, that's that fucking, that Buddha shit will put you in a fucking mind fuck, man, if you let it. Do I really exist? What the fuck? The present doesn't exist either. God damn it. What am I good for? Yeah, it's interesting stuff, but I'm gonna take this off the screen because it's pretty much done. But yeah, we didn't really get a satisfying explanation for why emergent should be considered a valid theory of mind. from Sam Harris other than to say it's magical thinking. It's
The only thing he said was it's non-explanatory, but that doesn't mean it's not true. That's his explanation.
That can go for anything.
Yeah, he talks a lot and he doesn't say much. If you actually sit there and try to just follow him, he's a boring speaker, but he didn't really say anything there. He rambled for a long time without actually like connecting his point or like making a solid point. It's just a gifted at talking monotonously for a long time without actually saying much. Like I think he just knows who his audience is, and
that's what Bernardo
like,
Castro said to the other guy. He got so annoyed by it. He kept saying, "What are we talking about? We're talking about nothing."
Yeah.
He was getting so mad.
Sam Harris basically
he just
beat
quit. He said,
Jordan
I can't do it anymore. He's like, I just can't, because then the guy turned around and said, well, actually, I believe I am because I think Bernardo Castro made the philosophical zombie point, and so Jay said,
actually, I believe most of us are philosophical zombies.
We're all philosophical zombies. So what's your point? And then he was like, well, on that, I'm out of here, man. I can't do this anymore. Like,
where do you go from there?
It's like, well,
you could have just said that. He should have just said that shit from the fucking beginning.
Exactly. If you'd have just said that's your position.
I was saying that throughout the whole show. Like, this dude's just, some kind of neurodivergent who doesn't give a shit about nothing really. And he's trying to sound all sophisticated and philosophical. And I'm like, man, this dude don't really give a shit. He's just a nihilist. And then it took 2 hours for him to say he's a philosophical zombie.
Yeah.
And fucking Bernardo Castro was just like, man, you know what? I'm out of here. I can't do this anymore. And he's just fucking
That was pretty cold, boy. Bernardo, and you don't want to fuck with Bernardo Castro in a debate either, because he's very polite, but he will cook your ass. He don't got a whole
lot of tolerance for bullshit. That's what I kind of like about him.
Yeah. He was like, then what are we talking about? I'm out. If I'm talking, because it makes sense if you're talking to somebody who thinks he's a unconscious zombie. Then
why are you trying to sound sophisticated?
Yeah, and he's just using high-sounding words and shit.
From that guy's point of view, there's no difference between like two AIs like talking to each other on a phone and him talking to like another human. That's just weird. It's creepy.
Right. And Bernardo Castro was like saying, but there's mathematical equations. I'm not denying that, but what's the mathematical equation for understanding the mathematical equation? Like, their understanding isn't in the equation. And the guy's, oh, no, there is no, it's all just math. It's just nothing. It's just math, which is an abstraction, which is nothing, which is what I'm trying to tell you is that, and he goes, yeah, but that's illogical. And then he was like saying, and what God whispered into your ear and said that everything has to be logical. He kept saying that, like, who whispered in your ear and told you that logic has to be part of the universe in reality? Who told you that? And he was like,
then when he told him that certain things were a contradiction, he said the same shit. Well, nobody whispered in my ear that things can't contradict each other. I have no problem with contradictions. And then Castro was like, okay, well, we're talking about nothing. He got mad. And I'm like, what is even your point? Like, to me, that's a troll. You're an NPC.
He's like saying, things can be right and wrong at the same time. Who's to say? Who are you to say that you're the one that gets to say what's right and wrong? And then Bernardo's like, yeah, but then if that's true, then why are you saying I'm wrong? Then what's your basis for saying anybody's wrong then, if you're so right about it? And the guy just kept, well, that's just off the table at this point, because we've already established that logic doesn't really matter in the real world. So we can just take that off the table.
That guy can he can literally rationalize anything he wants. Then he's just sort of just producing like mental gibberish, right? Like,
Yeah, and that's literally what narcissists do, and that's
yeah,
how they evade accountability, and that shit ain't gonna fly with me.
Yeah.
exactly. I think that a lot of these like theories are just the products of narcissists whose own minds are like stunted, so they assume everybody's is or something.
Yeah, exactly. They think everybody there's some serious solipsists because they
Yeah,
assume that everyone else has the same kind of fucked up mind like they do.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Really, it reveals that they are solipsists on some level. Like, if you really think like that.
Hey, I mean,
Yeah.
my ex didn't even believe that we had qualia. He couldn't understand the concept of what it means to experience a color or something like that.
That's kind of
It didn't make
terrifying.
any. Yeah, that terrified the shit out of me. That's why I'm single now.
Yeah, dude's like the Terminator or something. He's like not an actual human.
Yeah, the Terminator.
Like,
You know, it's a popular thing to be on this whole denial of
It's just
qualia.
really scary, though. It's scary because there seems to be like this uptick in so-called neurodivergent people, which is most of the time just antisocial personality disorders. And it's really scary because they're getting better at mimicking humanity. They're
yeah,
getting really good at that shit.
Yeah, so check this out. This is kind of goes right into that. It's a video with one of the more popular the skeptic community, Matt Dillahunty. I'm sure you guys know who he is. You know him, right, Alex?
not sure, honestly.
Okay, well, he used to host a show called The Atheist Experience, got really popular, still runs today. Although he did get fired from that group, from that channel, oddly enough. But he's kind of was like the president of Atheist Experience, I think. But this is what he has to say about qualia. We'll go through that real quick too.
And I thought it'd be worth describing both the confusion that I had long ago and the changing the mind of the kind of creator of a thought or a thought experiment. Frank Jackson, when discussing qualia in, I think it was 1982, early 80s, I think, defined qualia as certain features of the bodily sensations, especially, but also of certain perceptual experiences, which no amount of purely physical information includes. We'll get back to the specifics of that for those more philosophically minded. Frank was a epiphenomenalist and a dualist, and now he's neither.
In fact, what he's going to go on and talk about is how Frank no longer likes his argument of Mary's room, but he's probably going to say it's all for the wrong reasons, because he's going to say Frank decided it was a bad argument, and so he no longer holds the argument. But in fact, the reason he abandoned the argument is because it sounded like he could support epiphenomenalism. So no, he's not an epiphenomenalist, and he rejected the argument because it supported materialism, not because it supported idealism. But a lot of atheist skeptics like to always say that oh, Frank abandoned that thing, so you using that as a support for qualia is a fallacy, because even the guy who created it now no longer holds it because it's a bad argument for qualia. But that's not the reason he abandoned it. It wasn't for that. So
part, I think, because of the responses to his thought experiment. Dan Dennett has described qualia as this ineffable kind of take on human experience. It's similar, but Dan rejects the notion that qualia exists or is anything in and of itself. And some people have described qualia as what it's like to see red, to taste peanut butter, this is about the experience, not features or properties of the thing. And that's a point of confusion we'll get back to in a little bit. In Jackson's thought experiment, and it was originally presented as this: Mary is a brilliant scientist who, for whatever reason, forced to investigate the world from a black and white room via a black and white television monitor. She specializes in the neurophysiology of vision and acquires all the physical information there is to obtain about what goes on when we see ripe tomatoes or the sky, and use terms like red, blue, etc. She discovers, for example, just which wavelength combinations from the sky stimulate the retina and exactly how this produces, via the central nervous system, the contraction of the vocal cords and expulsion of air from the lungs that result in the uttering of the sentence, "The sky is blue." What happens when Mary is released from a black and white room or is given a color television monitor? Does she learn anything new? It's been whittled down and simplified over the years, because Jackson's position at the time was that, yes, she does learn something new. My position upon first hearing it was a very simple one that I still think is correct, but didn't require any digging around. And that is, if in fact Mary knows everything there is to know about this, then no, she doesn't learn anything new. What she has is an experience. And so she may not know what it feels like to experience that, but if you define her as knowing that, then she doesn't learn anything new. And so the thought experiment itself defines things in such a narrow way that I don't see how anybody could reasonably argue that if Mary knows everything that about X, that she learned something new about it.
See, there's something wrong with his reasoning though here, because the thing about denying qualia is to say there is no experience. There is no what it's like to this or that. So all there really is for a qualia denier is the physical descriptions. So yeah, you do know all there is to know about consciousness if you start off with the assumption that there is no qualia, that qualia is a fiction. Therefore, all there is to know about the physical world is the description, because there is no experience. The experience is the fiction, according to the qualia deniers. That's the illusion. So his whole...
Or maybe...
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if maybe those types of people really don't have an inner experience, and that may be why they see it that way.
Yeah, like some people, they don't have the inner monologue. So, maybe some people are more like NPCs than we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they just genuinely can't relate to it.
And that's kind of hard for me to imagine. It's hard to imagine. Like maybe he is a philosophical zombie.
But you can't even try to, because the only way you could get that is if you had that same inner non-experience. And I don't even want to go there, because I actually like the fact that I do have that. So, you know what they say, you stare at the abyss too long, it might stare back at your ass.
Yeah, you don't want that shit.
So I'm like, nah, I don't know.
Nope.
And so what the point was, if Mary only knows the physical things about X, and so if Mary learns something new, it must be non-physical. Okay. Dan Dennett proposed a robo-Mary, a robot version of Mary who can examine the brains of other robots and essentially copy their information. All the physical information, the raw data that some other robot who has seen red put together. And robo-Mary only has black and white senses, will never be able to actually see red. If she imports all of some other robot's experience, that would be a compilation of the entirety of the physical knowledge that that robot experienced. That robot knows what it's like to see red.
Hey, Paul.
And therefore, Mary, or the robo-Mary, now knows what the other robot knows, including what it's like to see red. And so the attempted solution to this robot Mary thing is to say something like, well, Yeah, but you could look at it about, is it in this memory location? As if it only counts when you're actively experiencing it, or when it counts as a referenced memory, and not just, I have had that experience and I'm aware of it. For some people, it may be worth looking at something like Mary's peanut butter instead of Mary's color room, because I know what it's like to eat peanut butter. And can I tell the difference between Skippy, Jif, and Peter Pan? Sometimes, sure. And so even though those are 3 different brands of peanut butter, we know that they taste slightly different. And so if we're trying to just generalize and say, I know what it's like to taste peanut butter, that's true. But do you know what it's like to taste that peanut butter? Do you know what it's like to taste that peanut butter? We have to generalize, because that's how we can determine what peanut butter's supposed to taste like, so that we can determine if there's a bad batch, or this is not the same. You've done something wrong when you made this. You've made peanut goop, but not peanut butter. Now, the first point of confusion that many have had is that qualia is a property of the item itself, and that somehow this non-physically is transferred to us, like through nothing physical, or not limited to the physical. Some property of the item is transferred to us. That is the completely wrong way to look at qualia. That's not what quality is. Qualia is, if you see a red tomato, the tomato doesn't have qualia that we're talking about. Similarly, the second point of confusion, which is one I shared fairly early on, is that qualia is a property of the property of an item. So qualia is a property of red or cold or sweetness. But first of all, those things, red, cold, and sweetness, should be labeled color, temperature, and taste, because we're already coloring our perception by talking about specifics.
So there's a few things that just kind of set some thoughts off. Number one, I think that it's a relational thing, like the qualia. Fix my mic. Sorry. Yeah, the one thing that that I was thinking about that is that, you know, there's no inherent taste in just the object of consciousness, but there's more of a non-dual reality going on, that it's the relation of the thing itself, you know, the apple, for example, and then your taste buds and all your, the way your experiences of, you know, what you expect a taste should be, sweetness, this and that. Those things are relative. They have to relate. They don't stand on their own.
I'm confused if he understands like naive realism. Like the qualia we experience of most things isn't like an objective characteristic of the object. Like what I see as red is my mind creating the color red, not like the apple itself isn't that color of red that I experience. Another animal would experience a different color when they see it and stuff. And I don't even think it corresponds to much, maybe some data, but like most of our qualia is hallucinated by our mind. Basically, it's not an objective description of the thing that we're looking at.
So Paul says, well, qualia better at least correlate to an aspect of reality. Otherwise, we're operating with faulty sensors and jeopardizing survival potentially. So yeah, it's got to correlate with something useful.
But yeah, it correlates with things for sure. That's like but again, correlation isn't like the same thing as saying it is that thing. In fact, our mind is hallucinating out most of reality so that we do survive. Like that's like, you know, it's filtering out the majority of it. So yeah, for sure, it's all about evolutionary survival in that sense.
Yeah, man. Well, let's hear what he's got to say. Maybe he'll clinch the deal here somehow.
Because red is a label we put on a color. Cold is a label we put on certain temperatures, and they are contextual. Is this ice cream cold or cold enough if it's melted? Is it still ice cream if it's not ice? We'll set that aside for today. But the third point of confusion is that there's some value or non-physical essence to your personal experience of things when we're all different. And one thing that might make you laugh makes somebody else cry. Something that you love might be something that someone else hates, both with regard to flavor or color combinations. Apart from evaluating normative descriptions of things in order to spot alterations or aberrations, I suppose.
So I'm wondering if he's not straw manning qualia.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like it.
Because I don't think qualia necessarily says that a qualitative experience is embedded in the object itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to put this into Chat GPT and see what his answer is. By definition, does qualia entail qualitative experience of objects? It says no. By definition, qualia entail qualitative experience, but they do not entail that the experience is objective or in the object. In philosophy of mind, qualia is just a subjective qualitative feature of the experience itself. So I think Matt is sort of straw manning here. Someone in the live chat, correct me if I'm wrong.
There's very little value for the rest of us in your unshareable personal perceptions. I had this experience last night, but I can't describe it to you. I could maybe come up with some loose approximations, and then we can see if your loose approximations are the same. And this is what people sometimes view as qualia. Neuroscientists are looking at it, trying to find a way to say, oh, here's what qualia is. There's this subjective experience, and we do this and this and this, and we can see, boom. And that's kind of roughly where there's qualia. The language that we use colors our perception of things. And we think about things in terms of, what does that look like? What does that taste like? What does that feel like? And so we're making the item the object, and therefore imbuing it with feeling. You know, it has a feel. It has a...
See, that's where I think he's straw manning. I think qualia is what it's like to have an experience, not in the object itself. Because that wouldn't make any sense. Right?
Yeah, that's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Visual presentation. It has a taste. That's the normal way we look at it. What's an orange taste like? What's peanut butter taste like? But what qualia is talking about is not what the orange tastes like, because that is pointing to the orange. It's more about, what does eating this orange taste like to you?
Right. The experience.
Yeah. How does your brain see a color? How does your brain taste this food?
Correct.
It was the thought experiment of Mary's Color Room was originally about knowledge and physicalism, to show that if we got rid of the physical things, then anything new we learned would have to be non-physical, which means there's something other than the physical, which means physicalism is wrong. Now, physicalism is the notion that essentially the physical world is all there is. And it may or may not be the case, but at least we recognize there is a physical world. If there's something beyond the physical, that has its own burden of proof. And you're not going to get there by just asserting that something is too weird, too spooky, too ineffable to actually be tied to the physical or exclusively physical, that there's something more to it.
Well, that kind of just begs the question, what do we even mean by physical?
Yeah.
You know, like an idealist would describe physical as just a mental state, which that would make perfect sense, you know, that quality is in that mental state.
Well, even physical particles, when you break it down, they just like at the smallest level, it's just information, right? So like how do they even understand like physical things? Like, yeah, they're measurable because they have particles, but those particles themselves then kind of like break down and they have to be observed or measured to even exist in the first place. So like I don't even know how a physicalist thinks of physicalism anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, because you could always turn around and redefine stuff. You know, like quantum fields were at first considered pseudoscience because they didn't fit fit the description of a physical thing. And so scientists way back over 100 years ago thought that it was just bunk. But then quantum mechanics became a thing. And then what they did is they just sort of incorporated it into the description of the physical world and just said, yeah, it's just fields. But fields aren't things. They're not what physical things used to be defined as. So they just redefine the words and voila, physical now means this or that, which is totally fine. That's the nature of language. But it's going to come, it seems like it's coming to a point where it's all just semantics, you know, like there's just a semantical explosion where things just kind of collapse under a semantic, you know, implosion or whatever. Yeah, he says Matt is being very reasonable here. Yeah, so far, I guess. But when he denies qualia, that's where I kind of lose him, though.
Scott, I gotta jump in. My phone's at like 2% at this point, so I'm gonna hop off because I gotta charge it.
Okay, man. No problem. Hey, thanks for coming through, though.
Yeah, no problem. I hope I can join you guys again soon, on time next time.
No worries.
And yeah, I gotta charge this phone. Pretty soon I'll have a new computer, so I won't have these like temporary issues. But yeah, my phone's gonna die, so I gotta peace out for now.
Sounds good, man.
All right, I'll see you guys soon then, I hope. Thanks. Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
Me too, Scott. My phone's about to
Yeah.
it's running hot.
I'm just gonna let this video's almost over. I'm gonna play a little bit of it more to see what happens. I haven't seen this video actually. I just know he denies qualia, and wanted to see what he had to say. But yeah, I'll keep playing it. If you got to drop off, that's cool. And
all right. Well, it was great being here as always.
Hell yeah, man. And we'll do it again next week. So we'll see you then. Anyways, let's keep going.
And it seems that what we're talking about is something more most often is there is the thing and the experience of the thing. And
has anyone actually made it to level 4 before? If you're slightly congested, use level 1.
We are so flawed in our understanding of what it's like to actually experience and describe things that it's easier to make it almost seem magical. Now, the creator of that thought experiment was an epiphenomenalist and is now a physicalist. They now reject mind-body dualism. And that might be the most important part of any of this, because some of you heard about Mary's color experiment before. Some of you have read about qualia. But for me, one of the most important things is that somebody had some thoughts and did their best to describe them and give them out to other thinkers in that field, to have them be ripped apart, criticized, debated, discussed for ages. Well, all right, decades. And then at some point, they changed their mind on what they thought was happening. That's what we should be doing. A thought experiment discussed for many years, prompted a bunch of thought, helped change the author's mind, helped change and educate many other people's minds, and may have helped clarify how we think and talk about many cognitive issues.
Hey, how's it going, Joel?
What's up, Scott?
Hey man, how you doing today, brother?
I'm doing pretty good. Been doing some stuff around the house, listening to you guys. I'm actually finishing up a meal right now, but I figured you could use somebody on here taking the counterpoint.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Now, on this particular thing, I guess Matt is laying out arguments for why qualia, if we do say it exists, still wouldn't prove that there's some non-physical property or ineffable inner entity or something that would refute physicalism in some kind of way. I think what he's doing is he's arguing that experiences are simply brain processes, and he's describing them as special irreducible qualia. That part is just adds an unnecessary metaphysical baggage. That's probably, at least that's the way I think he should argue. But unfortunately, I've heard, and I've actually spoken to Matt as a caller on his show at one point, and we were arguing back and forth about qualia. And he just kept saying, I deny qualia. I just deny it. I don't think it's really a thing. I think that he thinks that qualia is just the story that we tell about our experiences. And we say that it's got this what it's like quality, but actually it doesn't have a what it's like quality. Qualia is a fiction. There's just an experience. An experience has no quality. And that part I'm not understanding, because that's part of an experience by definition. Like, that's what it means to have a quality. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, I assume that what people mean by qualia is a really inescapable part of it, having an experience of something. There's always going to be something that it's like to experience something, in the same way that there's something that it's like to have an experience, right? To me, as someone who doesn't believe in any kind of dualistic or beyond the physical, I don't have any issue thinking that qualia is a real part of our experience. So just as real as ourselves and our experiences are, the way our experiences feel to us. I agree with him that it's not some external thing out in the world. But then again, the fact that it is part of the internal world, the internal experience, to me doesn't really begin to refute physicalism any more than the experience itself would, right?
Uh-huh. So would you say that qualia is a fundamental data point about subjective reality, or would you say it's just a description of a brain state?
Oh gosh, I don't know which one of those two is true. If you mean fundamental in the sense that it's kind of there can't be experience without some kind of qualia happening, then yeah, that's what I was saying. Well, what was the other option that you asked about?
It's just a description of a brain state.
Well, when we have an experience of something, you put something in your mouth and it is sweet, and then you go, that's sweet. It's that second part that's the description, right? It's not the first part. It's not having the experience of tasting something sweet.
Mm-hmm. See, for me, I think that it just depends on your perspective. Just like as a non-dualist, I would say that there's a first-person perspective, which is the actual experiencing of the sweet thing. And then there's the objective third-person description, which is always going to be, well, it's just the relation between your taste buds and your hormones and, the acidic, thing about sugars and all of these things, all the things that comprise, your ability to taste and its contents, you know, as an item or a product or whatever. So there's like that third party description, and then there's the first. So both of them are kind of true. It just depends on what perspective you're going from, you know. And I think that's part of the problem I notice with a lot of these sort of conversations. People get locked into one perspective, you know, and so it makes it kind of hard to discuss it, because it's like, well, you're ignoring all the things that the third person story is saying. Oh, but you're missing all the first person story, you know. And so there's kind of a talking past each other. But Paul says the argument I heard from him was based on the wording of the Mary thing. If she knows everything about color, then she already knows what it's like to experience seeing things, right? Which it doesn't refute physicalism. It problematizes physicalism. Yeah, it's for me, the Mary's room thing is a little convoluted than it has to be. Like for me, it basically says that certain neurons fire when you're reading descriptions of color, and then other neurons fire when you're experiencing the colors for in real life. Right? There's like two different sets of things going on, but it's all part of your experience. So the Mary's room just highlights that there's two different ways to experience. There's a book way, like maybe reading. You experience an aha moment when you read stuff and learn something. There's that experience of learning about some topic. And then there's an experiential knowledge of actually tasting the sweet fruit or seeing the color or whatever. And that's its own kind of knowledge. So there's two kinds of knowledge going on, and both are correlated to the brain and the neuronal function. But it's still under
if you start with the given that Mary knows both of those things, it really doesn't matter if you stipulate, hey, she's been in this room, she's never seen blue, but she still knows what it's like to see blue because you stipulated that she did.
Exactly.
And that's the problem with the thought experiments, is that
that's all it is, right?
If we assume that the givens are true, then it just follows that Mary does know what it is and that she's not learning anything new when she sees blue. But if we assume, no, that's not something that you could ever learn in any way other than seeing blue, then we're going to assume that Mary has to learn something new when she sees blue. So all we're doing is pumping our own intuitions about which of those two things we already think is the case. And that's useful. I mean, intuition pumps are useful, but it just doesn't get us to, when you give your answer and you go, oh, okay, that's what I think. It doesn't tell you anything about what's true about the world. It just tells you a little something about what follows from what you already believe.
Yeah, I agree. It's almost like it's just like you say, you're just sort of trying to find reasons to promote or pump your intuition or your philosophical story that you may be or may not be committed to. And I think that the deeper question that we're really trying to answer is the whole idea of qualia and the hard problem of consciousness on materialism. That's the whole point behind the thought experiment, was to kind of try to show that in favor that physicalism can't be the whole story, because it's missing something. It's missing the experiential quality, right? But when you set the argument up like she knows everything about, you know, color and experience, then you've already said she knows everything about it. So she can't learn anything by definition. Maybe the better way to put it is all she knows is the descriptions given to her from textbooks and things like that about experience. If she really went out and experienced these things, did she learn anything? And I would say, yes, she learned something. It's just that the description is just the map. It's just part of the story. It's based on the experience. The experience is what the description is trying to describe, you know, how that experience or what we're actually experiencing, you know, to the best of our observation.
Yeah,
So
and I agree with that, right? If you set it up that way and you say Mary knows everything that can be described about something, but she's never had the experience herself, then I'm going to agree with you that the experience itself is going to come with some new learning for Mary, right? But that, again, that doesn't set up a problem on the view of physicalism. For me, it just says that the experience is something that is physically produced, and so is the qualia of any given experience. It's a combination of the product of our brain and what are the physical facts about any given object. Like, what makes a piece of fruit taste sweet to us? Well, there really are facts about fruit that make them taste that way, but again, the actual qualia of it isn't in the fruit. The chemical compounds that give that qualia when we put them in our mouths is what's in the fruit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the way I would put it is that there's it only promotes the idea of the NCC, the neural correlation of consciousness. That's all it's doing. It's just further showing that correlation between the neurons firing and the experience. You experience something, you've learned something. Learning is encoded within the neurons of your brain. Okay. Did you learn something by experiencing? Yeah, sure you did. But it doesn't answer the question that's really at the heart of the whole experiment, which is, what explains the correlation? Correlation is not explanation. It's just an observation of something correlating. It's kind of like causation. Causation is just the label we use for the correlation between events. We call them causes. But we know in philosophy and in science, causation isn't really a fundamental thing. It's just the best we can say is things appear at the same time. And so we mentally make sense of the world through causation. This is like logic, inference. One thing leads to another, one thing explains another, and we can all play that game, and we all can sort of base our frameworks on logic and causation and talk about it in those frameworks. But outside of those frameworks, there are other more fundamental frameworks from which those derive from. And part of that is that causation really isn't the fundamental thing. It's the relations that are more fundamental than the causation. And so people, like last week, we had a guy that was arguing that there are no causes. His whole thing was there's just relations. It's relations all the way down. That there's nothing more to it than that. That, there's just this thing relates to that thing, which relates to that thing, and whatever. But there is no real cause at all. That's just a mental illusion. And so, Bernardo Kastrup was saying, well, that's kind of like illogical, because logic is based on this causes that, which causes that, and there's a chain that you can trace back logically, right? And his interlocutor was saying, well, that doesn't mean it's true. That's just an assumption. No one has ever proved that logic should be consistent. There is no consistency in reality that you can prove. So it gets really tricky.
Well, that's just the kind of problem of induction, right? Is that it doesn't matter how many things you can point to that do conform to logic. It doesn't ever show that, to the degree of certainty that a deductive inference will get you. The inductive inference can only get you so much certainty about what to expect about other things. And I mean, I do think there's something to be said for, when we start considering all these different ideas, whether it's the ontology of reality or the cosmology of how things begin, or any of those things, there's a lot of kind of paradoxical seeming things. We often, I think, are forced to start considering things that are unlike other things, right? And that's why you get, things posited like gods and other, first causes that are going to be, really nothing like, they can't be inductive, because they're nothing like other things, right? And that's kind of the whole idea, is that there must be something unlike everything else that we see in order to explain everything. I shy away from those conclusions. I don't think there's any reason to go with anything like that, but I am at least sympathetic to the idea that people who do dabble in these things are kind of forced into those kinds of things, to say, well, there must be something that is, it may not seem comparable to you, but do you see how when you suggest that something is fundamental to reality, you're also kind of saying, there's something that is unlike anything else.
Yep. You're just creating a framework. So in other words, like, for example, like consciousness being fundamental, if I operate within the framework of physicalism, it doesn't work. There's too many problems, and I admit that. So it's not going to work. So if I approach the question of fundamental consciousness through a physicalist framework, of course it's not going to work. And I admit that, and I don't try to deny that. So if you're a physicalist and you deny consciousness can be fundamental, I'll agree with you and understand why. And then I can, and then the same thing with idealism. Everything's got its own problem. Everything's got its own absurdity at some point, right? It just depends on the framework that you're operating within. So
that's why I'm saying I can't go along with someone who suggests that logic doesn't hold about anything. There's room for being a little bit sympathetic when we're dabbling in these kinds of areas where people are often forced to suggest things that seem incomprehensible. Now, I'll admit that, like, I just can't hold a contradiction. I just can't make myself say that two things in contradiction are both true, whereas the idea that something existed without a cause, unlike everything else, may at least pass that bar, that I can actually, conceive of it. But either way, we're in territory that is, I think, equally foreign to us when it comes to, well, do we have examples of this? Can we point to this? Can we say, that we have any kind of inductive reason to say it is the case? I think we have to say no on all counts.
Well, see, I agree with you that if the rules of the game is logic, and that's usually what people like to engage with, logical arguments, because if you're going to convince somebody, you have to use logic. Even if you try to say logic isn't really logical, you're using logic to get to that conclusion. So it's already problematic. But the thing that Jay Garfield was saying is he's a virtue signaler. So his whole idea was that, no, the virtue of, I don't want to be dogmatic. I don't want to say that, logic must be the thing that holds in these sort of conversations and exploring things like, who said that? What God whispered in your ear and said that reality has to be totally logical, right? And so when you say that we can't really move forward unless we adopt these premises of classical logic and things like that, you're kind of being dogmatic. You're kind of like saying that I can't be wrong. And he's saying that, it's questionable whether logic is even the thing we should use to explore such matters at all.
And that I'm comfortable with that kind of extreme application. By all means, question everything that, we shouldn't say this is where questions can't be asked, but we need to recognize where if the question were, if the answer ended up being that logic really doesn't hold, then it's, as you said, it kind of undercuts itself, right? Because you can't get there. There's never something that you could be, normally, like if you were faced with a proposition, you might conclude that it was true or conclude that it was false. But as I was saying, I don't think you could say, well, here's a proposition about reality, and it turns out that it's true and false, and
that's what he's saying.
Believe that. Well, and that's my issue with it, is that I just say I can't go there with you, and I don't know what it is you're asking me to accept. Are you asking me to accept that A is true, or that A is false, or that A is true and false? Even that in and of itself is a proposition. If you say A is true and false, right? And then you say, well, is that true or false or both? Because if it's false, then it doesn't hold, right? It's not the case, and logic holds. But if it's false, or if it's true and false, then that means, or if it is true, then that means that it could be true and false, which brings you back to that same issue that we have with it being false. It doesn't make any sense. There's no way to wrap your head around it.
Right, and that's the thing, and that's why I say that his whole argument is just based on a virtue signal, not an argument, not an evidence or anything like that. It's just based on a virtue, because that's all he really.
I hate to even point to a virtue signaling. My understanding is that he's a Buddhist, and this is his interpretation of Buddhism. I don't think he needs to be signaling a virtue to anyone. He could just be saying, hey, this is what I've learned in reading these texts and studying these things. And, I'm just like a person who said that about any other, religion or, philosophy. I wouldn't say, well, you're just virtue signaling to us now. I would say,
I would only say that, yeah, I would not apply a motive, because that would be fallacious. But I would only say that if he said as much or implied as much in so many words, and he kind of did. I mean, you'd have to go and make your own mind up, of course. And I may be wrong. Maybe he doesn't really care one way or the other. Maybe he's just truly convinced that logic really isn't a thing. It's just that it seems to me that sort of reasoning is self-refuting, because you're engaging in reasoning. Yet you're trying to say reasons really don't apply metaphysically at all anyways. Therefore, I win. Just doesn't do it for me. But
yeah, I definitely don't think that you use that kind of appeal to get to conclusions.
Yeah, and it's kind of, to be honest with you, that's kind of where I was coming out from when we had our little conversation about experience being sort of a given. Like I guess that's what I was really trying to say. Like when you say that there's a possibility you don't exist, or you're not experiencing existence. Like, I think, therefore I am, or whatever. That is arrived at through reasoning, which can be wrong, because our reasoning can be wrong. But as I say, this is a special case. So for me, being conscious or experiencing an existence is sort of fundamental to any sort of logical argument or experience, or an objective experience, intersubjective experience, whatever you want to call it. Even doing science, you have to exist to do those things. So to really argue about whether we're really existing or not, it kind of has that same problem for me. Like to say, well, logic may not really be a thing. Maybe it really doesn't apply to these topics. Then it seems
but that's what I was
around.
Well, that's what I was saying, was none of those areas are sacred cows that cannot be questioned. We should question them, right? And we did. Mm-hmm. And what we realized was, when we use reasoning and we rely on logic, it seems like we can't be wrong if those things are true, right? And that's the whole thing I was arguing for throughout that whole time.
Okay, so basically that.
Maybe not every bit, but
Oh, you're cutting out. Cutting out.
oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep. Oh, not hearing
Hello?
you. Okay, go ahead and
Hey,
say
sorry
something.
about that.
Okay, no problem.
I think I was just trying to say that
Yeah, he cut out. I wanted to get to these questions Paul had for him. Why adopt the axiom that experience is physically produced, though, Joel? Joel, is light a wave or not? So call back in, Joel, and maybe you can tackle those as well as finish out your thought there. But just for me, when you sort of, okay, here he comes. All right, Joel, there you are, buddy.
back.
You're
Sorry.
back. All right, so
Yeah.
go ahead and finish your thought, and then I think Paul had some questions for you.
Oh yeah, and I would love to talk to Paul. I don't know if he's thinking about jumping on or just chatting with us, but
Jump in, Paul.
well,
Come on, man.
mhm. But I was just going to say, not to rehash that whole argument, but that as we were saying earlier, I was just kind of saying this is not a sacred cow that we can't question. You know, the idea of does yourself exist? The reason why it's on the pedestal that it's on is because it's the thing that we think we can say is true with the highest degree of certainty, and we were all in agreement there.
Yeah.
The question was just whether or not that ought to be viewed as something that couldn't possibly be wrong or couldn't. What do I want to say here?
Undeniable.
That it's more certain. That it's more certain than you use than the tools you use to arrive at it. That was my main gripe with it. Was if you're using your reasoning to get to, well, hey, in order for me to be having a thought and asking the question about whether I exist, I have to exist to do that, is using your reasoning and relying on logical inferences, which say, if this is true, then this must be true. This follows, right? Logic is entailed, right? And if logical entailments don't hold, then those things don't hold. So like if we're how certain are we that reasoning is reliable and logical inferences hold? We're very, very certain. And that's how certain we can be about any conclusion we use. We use them to arrive at. That's all I was saying.
Yeah. And I get it. I mean, as long as, you know, the main important thing is not to get too pedantic and just understand if we can all agree, we can build on that common ground. So if we can say the most certain thing we know of, at least for this conversation, is that we're experiencing stuff, then I think we have enough stuff off the ground from there. But Paul had some questions for you as well. And Paul, I put the link up here. So if you want to call in, brother, please do, man. I haven't seen you in a while. But he asked, why adopt the axiom that experience is physically produced, though, Joel? Or is that something you even do?
Well, it's something that I am convinced is most probably true. I don't consider it an axiom. I don't take it axiomatically. I take it as what follows from the observations of experience and, you know, the physical structures that they seem to be relying on. That's, to me, that's not an axiom. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to add to that.
Next question. Joel, is light a wave or not?
So I'm going to assume maybe that this is Paul digging at the idea of a contradiction. I want to say we've maybe even used that example before in the discussion. my answer, I don't know enough about physics to say definitively whether something is a wave or it is a particle. What I would tend to say that if it's a wave, then it is a wave. And if it's not a wave, then it's not a wave. If it's a wave and a particle, then that's just something that light can be, no matter how strange it might seem to you and me. Like we might say, well, something, if we're picturing like a wave in the ocean and a particle of sand, and we say, well, this can't be that, well, we're just not talking about the same thing. Light is different, and it can be, right? If we discover it's the case, then it is the case, and it's not a contradiction, right?
Gotcha. So yeah, so that's kind of important or key to the conversation, because it would say that if we're not prepared to accept paradoxes or contradictions rather, then they're kind of off the table. But then I guess by using that example, like in fundamental physics, it's generally accepted. This idea of superposition is what it's called. Quantum superposition is when something is in both states at the same time and then in the same sense until interaction or observation or whatever. It's the observer problem. So I guess what he's saying is that if we can find even one exception to the rules of logic in nature, then we can't really say that the only thing that counts is what's logical classically. I guess that's his point. But I think I agree with you, though, in a way, because it's a case-by-case basis. There's a situation where it's a wave after observation. There's a situation where it collapses into particle positions and things like that. And then there's a state we can observe where it's in superposition. But it can't be in superposition and not be in superposition at the same time. That would be a true contradiction. And so it's kind of easy to maybe conflate, quantum logic with classical logic in that way. And so into those problems, But I guess I'm sorry, go right ahead, brother.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, when I was listening to that video you guys were reviewing with Garfield and Kastrup, what I noticed, what really struck me was that right from the beginning, Kastrup said something like, I'm willing to give up excluded middle, but not non-contradiction. And I may not be able to remember the example that he gave. It was the example of something being either true or false. And he said, well, we know that those aren't the only two options. There's a middle ground between true and false. And it just struck me like such a poor understanding of what non-contradiction and excluded middle are really about. Yes, a lot of people would say something is either true or false, but we just know that's a naive way of looking at it. The real dichotomy is between something being true or not true, or false or not false. And so this middle ground that he's kind of pointing to and saying, oh yeah, this is why I don't accept the third law of logic, is just a misunderstanding where you're pointing to a middle ground between two things that are not directly in contradiction. They are logically precluded from each other. Something can't be true and false. If something's true, it can't be false, and if it's false, it can't be true. But it doesn't mean there is no middle ground between the two.
Right.
But when you talk about something being true or not true, well, then there is no middle ground. There's no third option.
I think that what Bernardo the feeling I got, I could be totally wrong, but I think when Bernardo Kastrup set up the whole thing that way, especially when he was saying, look, I can grant giving up, I would be willing in this conversation to give up excluded middle. I think because he had did his homework on Jay Garfield, because one thing Jay does is he's a big proponent of empirical consistent logic, which really affects that part of, classical logic. Where classical logic says either A or B, but you can't have both in the same sense or time or whatever. And so in paraconsistent logic, however, you can do that without explosion. And so I think Bernardo was sort of setting his talking
He was
point.
baiting. He was baiting him. He was trying to say, go ahead and sound crazy in front of everyone.
Right. I've got you. Like, I've already set that provision beforehand.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I don't blame him for wanting to push.
That's what he's doing. I'm not trying to take it for him or anything, but I'm just saying that may be what he was doing there.
Maybe. I still think it's a shame to kind of point to that example and say, I see what you mean. You know, I would give up excluded middle based on this example, and to give the example that shows that poor understanding. I think that's still now. It was just an offhand comment, and the conversation went from there. And as you said, it mostly went back and forth about this issue of could contradictions be the case in reality? Can something be in contradiction? But to me, that's not even in question.
It seems like before you have such a conversation, if that's how your interlocutor feels or he's coming from, I think before the conversation gets started, you should all be in agreement upon which rules are we going by. Like, can we argue? Because if you're just going to deny classic logic for paraconsistent and vice versa, then how are you ever going to progress in the conversation? It seems like there's
I agree. I think it's very non-constructive to appeal to paraconsistent logic in a conversation where both people have been obviously speaking to each other in a different language, and then all of a sudden someone suggests that contradictions might hold, or that non-contradiction doesn't hold, and it's like, well,
convenient.
I mean, we've been talking to each other as if it does the whole time,
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's self-refuting. It's kind of like that taxi cab fallacy. It's like you're willing to go by the rules of logic up until it's not convenient. Then you just jump into another taxi called paraconsistent logic because now it's convenient to make a point. That's the problem with that. But I guess since you're on, let me ask you a question. Since you did say you sort of lean towards the we'll make this a little fun. You said you kind of lean towards the more physicalist view, I guess, right?
Yeah, I do. I don't take that. Where I draw the line is between the ontological metaphysics and the more immediate questions about what kind of things ought we to posit and consider as explanations and or causes of effects. And my feeling is that we ought to consider physical causes as being the explanations for effects. But again, that's for the more immediate stuff.
I agree with you. Like as someone who's I've read and studied and practiced a lot of this non-dual stuff I talk about, and part of that is to see that everything is pretty much it's really just getting away from dichotomous thinking and trying to open up to different perspectives that can make it true within its own framework or perspective. And so like on a physicalist view, I agree with you. But what I would ask you in that case, based on what you said about the metaphysics, you kind of draw the line there. But let me ask you, since all evidence for the physical world sort of ultimately appears within a conscious experience, why would you say we should treat the physical as more ontologically fundamental rather than the experience itself? Why do you lean more towards the physicalist?
Well, what you're talking about, I think, is the idea that the entirety of our experience, where we do our learning and observing and our thinking and considering and all those things, is all kind of it's all within the category of experience, right?
Yeah. So
yeah.
Why should we treat physical as more probable as ontological fundamental rather than the experience?
Well, the first thing I wanted to point out about that, I wanted to make sure I had you right, but the thing I wanted to point out about that is that none of those things, I agree with those things, and none of those things to me point towards or support the conclusion of being ontologically fundamental. The fact that something is necessary for my experience doesn't mean that it's more fundamental to something else ontologically. There are things that I'll say are exceptions, for instance, right? So specific experiences that I've had are dependent on me having an experience, right? So there are things like that that you could say, hey, that depend on it. But I don't necessarily think that dependence ought to be seen going in any other direction, especially because my experience, based on the way I'm understanding the world, just started a little while ago, and it's going to end at some point. So again, it's not fundamental to anything but me. So the thing that I am always in the lens of, the thing that is that unescapable property of my world and my life isn't fundamental to reality, obviously, because reality was going on before I got here, and it's going to be going on after I'm gone. So,
right. So the what I'm trying to highlight with that question is just to highlight the common idealistic claim that experience is epistemically primary. So I was just kind of throwing that question out there to say, just ask you, which one would you say? So, philosophers like George Berkeley or Bernardo Kastrup, they'd often emphasize that point. But so the other question along with that would be then to kind of target the explanatory gap is the reason for this question that I usually ask, which is like, how do purely structural or say quantitative physical processes logically entail qualitative experience or qualia? How does the physical third person entail the first person qualitative experience?
Well, you said logically entail, and I'm not sure that I would say that it does. That's not, I don't think that's the idea at all. If we were talking about what are the physical biological causes of consciousness, maybe we're a little more in line with the way that I'm thinking about this. But no, it's not I don't think it's a logical entailment.
But it is a causal entailment, right?
What do you mean by causal entailment?
Yeah, like would you say that it's like, say, the brain, the purely structure of the brain, which is a quantitative physical thing or process, however you want to put it, does it causally entail qualitative experience? In other words, does qualitative come from quantitative? Does it come from the physical structure, this experiential dimension?
Well, right. That's what I'm saying is that the processes that are happening in those physical structures are the experience itself happening, right? That's what we're considering, that idea, right? So if you're saying, does having an experience, is that an entailment of that state of affairs? I suppose maybe you could say that it is, but again, it's a little bit of a strange way of phrasing it. It's kind of like saying, is a rock, if you drop a rock, is it going to fall in the direction gravity's pulling it? Is that an entailment of it? No, it's not exactly a logical entailment. It seems to be just a fact, a physical law of the, it's physics, right?
So you're saying that there is
what's going on with the brain is physics and chemistry, but to call it an entailment, seems like you're making an appeal to to something that's going to be, again, you know, something that we're doing in our minds. We're thinking about things and what's entailed, right?
Gotcha. So if experience isn't necessarily entailed in the brain, then how would you get from structural, quantitative, physical processes of a brain to the qualitative experience? In other words, you know, what I'm getting at is, you know, idealists argue that like physical descriptions give structure and function. That's what it's describing, right? But it's not giving felt qualities. That's not what the descriptions give you. So I'm just asking you, how do you get from physical to experiential, like non-experience? You know, I guess maybe we should see, I'm pretty sure, I don't think you're a panpsychist, so I don't think you believe experiences are embedded in physical structures. You would see rocks and physical things as kind of like inert matter, like it's not alive, it's not conscious, right?
Yeah, I'm not a panpsychist.
Okay, so if these objects like rocks and stones and cells or whatever makes up the human brain, right? The brain matter. We know that, and you do, and I don't think you deny quality. It doesn't sound like you deny experience. You imagine we are having an experience of existing. At least you're highly certain of it.
We were agreeing about qualia earlier, that it's a part of experience.
Exactly. So since we have this description of the brain and the physical structures, how does it causally give experiences, or is it just an unknown?
You're asking how does the brain produce experience? Is your question?
Okay. Yeah,
I don't know. Let's just assume, for the sake of this, that what our brains are doing, right, like yours and mine, that's the kind of thing that brains do when they're producing conscious experiences, right? What they're doing right now. Is that good enough for the sake of this?
Say it one more time.
What they're doing right now, like I'm having a conscious experience right now. My brain is presumably doing something right now, and I'm suggesting, what if what it's doing right now is what's causing that?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like my brain's going to be doing different things every second because I'm going to be thinking about different things and handling different problems and all this kind of stuff. But in general, that's what it's like to have a brain that's producing a conscious experience.
Okay, so you just says it does it, but you don't really go into how do non-experiential components logically produce that experience.
It's not about logic. There's no what logic are you appealing to here?
Just appealing to if you had a logical argument, in other words. Maybe you don't, but I'm just asking if you did have a logical argument for how non-experiential structures or components produce experience. Do you have one, or do you think it just is what it is?
Yeah, again, these are just facts about reality that boil down to physics and chemistry, right? It's like, do you have a logical argument for why things are pulled by gravity? No, that's just something we observe about reality, that things behave in that way.
Well, I wouldn't go so far to say that. The logical argument is just to trace out the causes and the effects. That's all. That's what we mean by logic or inference. We're tracing back the causes. Like the logical argument for gravity could be, well, space-time bends. And so when there's mass, space-time bends more. And that's what gravity is. That's the logical argument for gravity, maybe, in a simple way.
Well, that's a description about what's going on. I didn't hear. I don't know what you mean by logical argument. It didn't sound like a syllogism. It just sounded like It sounded like you saying three things that I agree with are true, but they weren't like one leads to another, like in a logical argument. So again, I think you're kind of mixing up categories here when you kind of say, well, like, you know, what is entailed, you know, if I light this thing on fire, what's entailed, you know, that it's gonna burst into flames. And it's kind of like, that's not logical entailment. Those are just chemical facts about reality that we have observed, right? You know it's true because you're familiar with these things. You've learned, you know, what happens when you put a match to gasoline, right? You don't know it logically just sitting in an armchair, right? No, it's not logical entailment. These things that you're talking about are things, physical facts about reality that we have to learn. And I mean, so whatever's going on in the brain is going to be a similar situation where we may not be able to look at it until it may not be super obvious to us. But if that's what's going on, then that's what's going on. And I mean, no matter what's, you know, kind of, no matter how strong of a criticism you consider the hard problem to be, it still doesn't refute that that's what's going on. Could still be what's going on. Hard problem could still be true, but it's still happening. Right? So, you know, I just don't think.
Well, I would say entailment is a legitimate question, though, because in philosophy, like if one claim is supposed to fully explain another, then there should usually be some form of entailment. In other words, like if physical facts fully explain consciousness, then in principle, the physical fact should entail the existence of conscious experience, right? Uh-oh, did I lose you?
No, I don't know. No, I mean, I was just trying to think about what you said. I don't know what, I'm not sure I follow what you mean. Can you ask it again or in a different way?
Yeah, like, you know, if the claim is that, you know, the physical laws of the universe or things of physical, you know, physicality can fully explain consciousness, then it seems like.
Do you mean explain in the sense that it is the cause, or do you mean explain in the sense that someone might be able to explain it to you?
Yeah, well, it would need explaining, of course. That's the explanatory.
No, that's the mistake, is to think that if we can't explain something, it couldn't be true. Why do you think that we should be able?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
Okay.
I'm not saying that.
My bad.
In fact, I want to make this very clear from the outset, and I always usually repeat myself. I'm not a big T truther, okay? Like, so we can definitely relax on that. I will never use these arguments or questions as ways to point to what the truth is, right? I'm not one of those guys. I just take different models and compare just for the fun of it, right? So no, I don't mean that this would in any way. I guess what I'm saying is that like there's a structural realism problem, you could say. Like physics describes relationships, not the intrinsic nature, right? Physics describes relational structures. But what's intrinsic to the nature of the thing instantiating the structure, I don't think that that's really even remotely something they try to do, that science is even trying to do. And so a lot of times when people make these physicalist arguments, they say, oh, well, no, the laws of nature, the things we learn in science, you know, the physical things of the world, these this will completely explain consciousness. And so I'm just asking, isn't it therefore then a good question to ask about, you know, entailment? Like what is entailed in physical reality that that leads to an experience? I mean, a lot of people don't like this question because it's sort of, it comes off as kind of rhetorical, because I think everybody sees the problem very clearly. But I think with a lot of folks that argue for physicalism, sort of brush these problems under the rug and say, well, it's underdetermined just like idealism is, so we don't really have to talk about it. Yet it seems like it's really a question that's out there. If you're making the claim that consciousness, you know, first person experience is fully explained by the physical, it seems like there's some sort of responsibility to have a burden of proof on that, I guess.
Okay, but again, I was just saying on the idea that there is a physical cause. I wasn't saying that I can explain how it happens or,
Right.
you know, demonstrate to, you know, explain it in a way to you that you're going to go, oh, okay, now I see it. Now I see the consciousness being produced. I just think that when it comes to the idea that consciousness is something that needs explaining, and what are we going to put up as the candidate? I think putting that candidate explanation up is a good idea because, again, and I believe you agreed with me earlier when I said this. Maybe this was the sticking point, this particular issue with the brain. But you know, we agreed earlier that you know, when we're considering candidate explanations for effects in the world, we tend to go with physical explanations. Well, I shouldn't say we tend to. Modern society tends to look for physical explanations over spiritual ones. Humans throughout history obviously have made up a whole lot of other kinds of explanations, you know, and I think those are the kind of category of things we ought to be avoiding, really. You know, you can consider that a bias, but I think that it's more of like, you know, you get kind of shy of certain things the more you feel like they burn you, you know. So, you know, you get fooled a few times by, you know, maybe your religion growing up or someone's superstition or this or that. And eventually you kind of go, hey, I'm going to stick to, you know, I'm going to avoid those kinds of things. But yeah, I think that's kind of the area that falls into to me.
That's a fair worry to have, and it's a fair suspicion to hold, but also just be mindful that a lot of things that religion that was usually rejected, certain religious thinking or religious teachings, or we can go on, that turned out to really be true, to be useful. So it's good to kind of like keep an open mind. But Paul says one of the main reasons logical folks reject astrology is that there's no identified mechanism, yet the same applies to emergentism. What do you say to that?
I'm going to assume that by the mechanism he's saying, you know, like how do the things up in the sky kind of change things about people, right? You know, when we talk about brain relations to conscious experiences, one of the things that everyone seems ready to concede is that we have a correlation there, right? Now, I think some people are probably going to claim that there's correlation between your star sign and your personality. I haven't seen evidence of that, right? So I'm going to say that when it comes to the brain and a person's conscious experience, we have a really super strong evidence of correlation. I mean, you've never encountered a person without a brain. So, and whenever something really catastrophic happens to that brain, you know, that's the end of you interacting with that person. So I think that there's such a clear correlation there. And I'm getting a rainstorm too.
But you know, and I know you know this already. I'll just mention this for the audience sake, but you know, the correlation equals causation is a fallacy. But I think, Joel, you already know that's the case. But you're just saying that since there is that
absolutely.
Yeah, but since you do recognize the correlation, it's strong evidence in favor of your view. And I understand that. But some of the things, some of the reasoning behind it is that, look, that correlation is so strong. It's like if you tweak out just a part of the brain, it'll change your experience, or it'll turn it off, or it'll cause some other totally unexpected experience just by some surgeon fooling with your brain, right? Like zapping your brain or something. That's just the truth. So it's understandable, but remember to use that as evidence that the brain must generate consciousness doesn't really hold in other examples. It's not as consistent as we think it is prima facie, because the thing about it is, you know, and I'm not saying I believe this or ever make this argument, but it's kind of like on that logic that they use in that way. It's like saying that radios produce Michael Jackson music, because every time I turn on the radio, Michael Jackson music plays. And if I go and I open up the radio and I take the little antenna out or the chip or something, it disappears. So that correlation with Michael Jackson music and the radio's, the radio and the working of the radio, that correlation is so strong that it proves or makes me lean towards the radio generating Michael Jackson music. But we know we have the, you know, and I bring that up because we have the advantage, of course, for knowing that the radio doesn't produce Michael Jackson music. There's a lot more going on than just the radio. The radio is just modulating a signal, and it's giving you the sound through the speakers and the channels and the radio frequencies and things. There's a lot to it. There's a radio station. There's a lot going on besides just the radio. But if someone didn't know any better, they would rationally conclude that the radio generates Michael Jackson music. But since we have the advantage of knowing that that doesn't really hold up in the example of the radio, or the example of lamps causing photons or things like that, you know, thermometers generate temperature, we know that that sort of logic really doesn't work consistently across universally, although it is rational prima facie, because all you have to go on is the radio. If you're like an islander and you discovered a radio that's playing Michael Jackson music, you didn't know about all these other things, yeah, it would be totally rational. But see, we have the advantage of knowing that situation of the brain generating consciousness may be in doubt. There may be an the reality could be bigger than that. It could be that the brain is kind of like a radio. I mean, we can't really rule that out, right?
Hey, yeah, I would to agree that, you know, causation or observed correlation isn't the same thing as causation. It isn't necessarily causation. I think what we ought to add to that is, but that is what causation looks like when you see it, is that one thing, you see a correlation between the cause and the effect. What my appeal there was not to say that there is correlation observed, therefore the brain is causing experience, you know, as if that is the case. My point was to differentiate between the idea that the brain is causing consciousness and the idea that people's star signs are affecting their personalities.
Oh, gotcha.
Saying,
Okay.
At least with the brain, we see this really, really strong correlation. Whereas with someone's star sign, you could kind of say, well, you know, is it about being born under this star? And then you could find someone that was born in that time period, you know, or whatever, and say, well, they're not like that, right? Because not everyone is like, okay. So that's what I'm saying, is that the correlation is not there.
Right,
with,
it's not
with astrology. So,
but you
there's
bring up an interesting,
you know,
you do bring up the causal closure question though, which I think was valid, because you know physicalists and scientists often assume that causal closure of physics, you know, like it's a thing, right? So but my question is, if the physical world is causally closed, what causal role do conscious experiences themselves play? I always wonder. This kind of raises issues about epiphenomenalism. Not that I know if you know, agree into that or whatever.
Well, I always need to freshen up on terms. You know, if you want to flesh it out for me.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
think we've talked about it
So,
before. I'm not remembering now.
okay, so like with in physics, like the physical world is causally closed, right? So you would think that conscious experience, if it's physical, then it should also have some sort of causal role as well. But this would raise questions about epiphenomenalism. Now, that term is the idea that consciousness is generated from the brain, kind of like steam off an engine. It's kind of like just
Okay.
a process.
It's a byproduct.
Yeah, it's like a byproduct of the brain rather than anything causal itself. So
Okay.
I would always ask, what is the causal role of experience if it has no causal powers? But I think it does have causal powers, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, I see it as having a causal relationship. You know, that when we have you know, thoughts and we make decisions and then we act on them. You know, we take physical actions in the world. That you know, that's the way in which you know, that relationship happens. But this epiphenomenalism to me kind of sounds a little bit like something someone might pair with like a hard determinism idea, where they're saying, hey, you know, I know
Right.
it feels like there's a you that's in the driver's seat making decisions in your life, but really you're just doing what you have been determined to do physically. And this whole idea, you know, it's like that question, that exercise where they say, you know, pick a city anywhere in the world, you know, and then, you know, they kind of ask you, you know, like, could you, you know, and it's like, there's this illusion that you had like a reason where you thought about this or thought about that, but when it comes down to it, you were going to pick what you were going to pick. To me, I just, you know, again, these are kind of like thought exercises more to me than they are real demonstrations of conclusions. But I guess this epiphenomenalist point would be to say, you know, hey, no, there really isn't even a you picking, right? It just
Right.
kind of, there's this whole kind of like puff of, like you said, comparing to a puff of steam coming off of an engine, you know, kind of making it, I don't know what, feel like there's something that's making decisions. I don't know. I mean, I guess the thing is, like, if it's happening this realistically and reliably, then it's like, no matter how weird it is, it's like, that's the world we're living in, you know?
Right.
If it's, but I mean, I don't know how you would figure it out. Maybe people who study brains are working on that question, but I don't get that one personally.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of related to something we were talking about yesterday and today on Facebook. We were talking about that Hume's problem of causation. And I was kind of asking, like, since we only observe regularities and causal powers, then why assume matter has intrinsic causal powers rather than interpreting causal patterns as just regularities within experience? Like, I understand that doesn't prove idealism, but it just removes like a privileged assumption about matter, right? So that's really the weight of the question. Is like, I might have pointed out, even still, like even with the hard sciences, causation is usually not seen as fundamental, especially when you start getting into B theory of time and static universe and quantum mechanics and things like that. Like, causation doesn't really play the role that we usually know about causation or think about causation. But as a non-dualist, I'm like you. I do grant there is causes, and these causes are very real, is in terms of what we mean by reality. It has consequences, really dire consequences. If I jump off the building, that's going to cause me to fucking die or something, right? So I understand that, But I'm just saying that in this metaphysical world that we're kind of hypothesizing, this domain of metaphysics, materialism, or idealism, or whatever, I want to make that move that matter isn't privileged as an assumption because of causation, because I think David Hume did a really good job in explaining that that's just an assumption based on an interpretation of causal patterns, of regularities. And even science sort of backs that up, like, general relativity, a lot of different things, quantum mechanics. So that's why I brought that up, but it kind of shows that the causation thing, especially in idealism, if you think about it, like say on that metaphysical level, if causation really isn't a thing and there's just these static relations, then I guess you could kind of understand how this non-local experience could exist, right?
Yeah, my issue there was more with the idea that Hume's problem with causation was really undermining or pointing to or adding to either a physicalist or an idealist ontology, or really any kind of a metaphysical model. I thought it was more of an issue with kind of saying, hey, no matter how much we think we're seeing causation, there's a gap between what we feel like we're observing and what we're able to actually demonstrate in the world, right? We kind of have to assume causation in order to conclude causation in any situation. It's one of the things that I consider to be a properly basic belief. But that's often what you find with those is that they need to be assumed in order to be concluded in the world, but also you can't make sense of the world without them, because they're such basic foundational beliefs to the rest of the things that we believe are epistemic structures.
I have a problem with that whole theory of proper basic beliefs. I don't really know if I go along with that.
But you do believe in causation.
In some perspectives, yeah. That's the whole thing that's throwing it off, because I believe in causation classically, but I don't believe in causation in the quantum mechanical sense, because that's just what science tells us. But I also don't believe in causation is an established fact of reality metaphysically either, though, because it just hasn't been. Yet I understand causation is a real thing. And I know that's kind
that's what I'm saying is even when if you're talking about, like, I saw this billiard ball roll over there and hit that one into the hole, and that was cause and effect happening right there in front of me. I'm saying even that kind of causation you have to assume on a basic level. You have to assume that those things are not all just coincidences happening all around each other. That everything happening around us is all coincidence, just things happening at different times and at the same time. None of it is cause and effect, right? That's the other possibility.
Right.
The problem with that is that it's very hard to make sense of how to live that way, right? Well, what am I supposed to do? Well, nothing, because, things are not going to change because of how I behave if there's no cause and effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't even have a goal to act on.
Right. You have to pick a framework to discuss out of, otherwise you won't really get anywhere.
That's what I'm saying, is that often these frameworks involve people saying, hey, we agree on these basic things that people often hold axiomatically. And I mean, I think sometimes it's proper and sometimes it's not. When people try to put God in there, I say, well, I'm not going to accept that, but a lot of people do. So there's no list, handed down for us, but I mean, it is just the fact that, like, you know, the future will resemble the past. You know, the thing that induction relies on, you know, is also in that category. You
Well,
know,
yeah,
is
and
it?
you're
Is
highlighting.
it?
Yeah, you're highlighting the arbitrariness problem. Like, how do we determine which beliefs are properly basic and which are not? Like, if someone can declare a belief properly basic, it's the risk of it is becoming arbitrary. For example, like someone could claim, well, belief in God is just properly basic, right? But without criteria, the concept risks justifying almost anything. That's my problem with it. Is you've always
No, I mean, it's not a free pass for anybody to just put whatever they don't want examined critically through. It's something where you have properly basic beliefs, or I'm sorry, you have basic beliefs that you think are proper. I have basic beliefs that I think are proper. Not everyone's are going to match, but for the most part, we're going to share a lot of the same things, right? So when we're starting with the framework, what we do is we find out which ones we share. And when it comes to the ones we don't, you know, we don't say, okay, well, we're going to accept this for the sake of our conversation. That's the sticking point, is by saying what are the differences.
Well, you would notice that, like in that interview, the Bernardo Kastrup Jay Garfield interview, that became a really big sticking point in that conversation. If you remember, like they ran into that infinite regress concern isn't really fully solved. Like, so like properly basic beliefs are meant to stop infinite regress justifications, if we're being real. Like, but critics like this Jay Garfield would argue that this just moves the problem rather than solving it. So they would say, like, why should these beliefs terminate justification rather than requiring justification themselves? And you know, the problem has been discussed, you know, by them, like through this foundationalism, but they didn't agree on the same foundations. And so what he would call just a fact, Bernardo would call just dressing up incoherent and fancy language or something.
Yeah. Well, so I think that my feeling about basic beliefs isn't necessarily that we just need to declare them and say there is no justification for them. We also need to recognize that there's got to be something basic to other premises that we accept. That's just necessary for thought. The way I see basic beliefs being justified, like if you wanted to question one, you would still find that there are other reasons that are going to be put forward. A lot of times you're going to find circularity in terms of one basic belief relies on another one, which relies on another one, and so on, kind of in a kind of roundabout way, right?
In a loopy way, like empiricism.
Yeah,
like say, like I'm an empiricist, and I was to say, well, empiricism is trusted because we know that empiricism seems reliable, but this risks epistemic circularity. We're still in that circularity problem.
Yep, and that's a lot of the times the reason that when you get to something that's basic, you kind of are faced with those kind of unpleasant realizations. I mean, you can try to get around it, but I don't think there's any way around it. Everyone, whether they recognize it or not, everyone who believes anything has a set of basic beliefs. If you ask, well, why do you believe that? And they say, well, because of this. And why do you believe that? Well, because of that. You're going to eventually either get back to something that someone says, well, you know, it just seems so obvious, right? Like causation.
Self-refuting, though.
Or you're gonna find that they go round and around in a circle with you.
That's going to be self-refuting.
I don't think there's any.
Because the thing is going to be self-refuting, because this kind of undermines, because it's like if basic beliefs are just those things accepted without evidence, like it's just obviously true type of thing, then it seems like that would weaken the standard for a rational belief. The concern would be like, if evidence isn't required for some beliefs, then what stops irrational beliefs from qualifying at all?
Well, you're saying why can't we just believe whatever we want if we have to accept basic beliefs?
Like maybe God is just obvious.
Yeah,
God is just obvious.
I've talked about this before. I think that along with the like rational, reasonable support for thinking something is true, the other thing that is on the scale is an impetus for what we need to accept about it. So we could take something that's like a lot more that's not basic at all, right? Like imagine we're floating down a river in a raft and we're coming up on a fork in the river and we just need to decide which way to go, right? In that case, someone might be like, hey, I know the way to the right is really the better way to go, right? But if you don't have those kinds of good reasons to go right, you might still end up going right, or you might go left. The real thing is that you've got to make a decision, right? There's an impetus to decide.
Yeah, that's
all right?
the problem. Yeah.
And so what I would say when we're talking about beliefs on the basic level, again, you have to believe these things in order to think and make sense of the world.
Yes.
You have to assume that causation is true in order to just look around and deal with the world and figure out what you're doing. Same might be said for laws of logic, right? Is that like, they are axioms in a lot of ways, but in a lot of ways we just kind of say, well, we have to assume these things are true about the world in order to make sense of it. All of our thoughts that we have about everything we encounter are in line with these three rules, and so it's kind of like saying, is there an impetus to thinking that way?
Well, Joel,
that's described by the three laws of logic. And to me, the answer is clearly yes. You can't possibly do otherwise.
I get it. I do get it, man. I'm just saying, like, for me, let me make a concession to you. I will go with things, basic beliefs, like, because I talk to physicalists all the time, as you know, and I agree with them on all these things. An external world exists. I share that belief. Other minds exist. I share that belief. Memory is generally reliable. I'll go along with that. Okay, because one thing I don't want to do, Joel, is become like this hyper skeptic or global skeptic, where everything can be done, because then you self-refute then too, don't we? So you have to like have a balanced point. So I agree with you on that. Like there are certain basic starting points I will agree into. I guess I'm just saying that I've seen, if taken to its logical extreme, there's problems with that, principle of, beliefs, proper basic beliefs or whatever, right? I can see the problems, and I think a lot of people are unawares. They just sort of prop it up like, oh, I just appeal to proper basic beliefs, and then when you don't, or if you say, well, we need to kind of like make that clear, what do we mean by proper basic beliefs? Then they're like, what, you don't believe in proper basic beliefs? Then how can we have a conversation? It's like, no, because it's more nuanced than you may think. How far are we willing to go? Is it a case-by-case basis? What do we mean by beliefs? Because do we mean stuff that's just obviously taken or granted without evidence? And if that's the case, how far are we willing to go with that logic? You know what I'm saying? So it's just, for me, it's just one of those things we have to really sort of come to an understanding about. That's sort of like, it gets into this whole theist atheist debate about evidence. Like oftentimes an atheist will say, I just need evidence. And then you show them, maybe a theist will show them what they think evidence is or something. And then they'll say, well, that's not evidence because I can, well, what do you mean by, like, what things are you willing to grant? What things are you not? So we can figure out how we can progress in this conversation to see where it goes. But it seems like a lot of people just say, oh, proper basic beliefs, but don't give any definition for that.
Well, I hope I give a slightly more satisfying, description and qualification for what I think ought to be in there. Again, it's got to be something that you can't deal without. It's got to be necessary for the structure. It's got to be in line with what the reality that you're living in. It can't be just make up whatever you want and stick it in there. No matter, if it violates those two principles, then it doesn't go there. And, I think most people who are operating with some kind of similar set of shared beliefs. Like the things that I hold that I consider properly basic are beliefs that I think I share with basically every other thinking person. Right? Like they have other things that they believe that I don't believe, and I probably have things that I believe that they don't believe. But when it comes to the things that I think are properly basic on my list, I suspect everyone, not that you can't find people who might say, well, no, I don't believe in causation. Maybe you can find that person. And then I'd have to say, no, well, I don't share that belief with this person. But you know what I mean? I think that for the most part, these are things that most people accept as true in addition to, and again, as I said, as underlying foundational premises in support of every other thing that they conclude.
Mm-hmm. So this sort of reminds me of what we're going to count like with knowledge, like, and this kind of gets back, I guess, to the marriage room. I think we went over this, but the Frank Jackson referred to that Mary thought experiment. Like, if all physical facts about color vision are known, what does someone who has never seen color learn from seeing red? And so we have that knowledge argument. I think that for me, that doesn't really move the needle in my I remember I did a Substack article on that I thought that argument was kind of missing the point. But that's one of the problems that somebody will come up with when it comes to, or one of the questions they'll ask a physicalist is that whole marriage room thing. Like, do you learn something from experience? I think you do. But I think the deeper question there, the real question is, why is there any learning to an experience at all? Like, why is there an experience associated with a physical process at all? And I think that no one really knows, and whether that's even a good question. We just have different ways of looking at it. I guess your thing is just to say that the correlation is what justifies that tentative conclusion, maybe? Is that fair to say?
Well, I think that really strong correlation is what makes the brain the very best candidate as being the cause of what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. When it comes to the Mary's room thing, again, I say, if someone's been in a room with black and white and they've learned, let's say they've learned everything that you or I could write down about blue, right? Now, I don't know how much you could say about blue, but let's say we just, everything. And then she sees blue. Yeah, she's going to learn something new about blue. The question kind of could be, do you think it's possible to communicate to someone what it's like to see blue in a way that would cause them to know equally to actually having the experience? And even as someone who, like you said, I've been kind of saying, I lean towards physicalism in a lot of ways, but even I don't think that's the case. right? I don't think that I can communicate to you what it's like to see blue.
Right.
That's the issue, is that I don't think it's something that we can express to each other. There are so many things that we can learn from each other just by telling each other, right? This is one of the amazing things that human beings have been doing, right? Is teaching each other in that way of just communicating, right? But it's never going to be sufficient to teach someone what it's like to see blue. There just is no way to communicate that.
I think a lot of that issue is related to the category problem, because experience is a different category of knowledge than, say, intellectual knowledge or verbal knowledge or, hearsay knowledge or something like that. Like, it's a totally different category. There's experiential knowledge, which is ineffable ultimately, because no matter, even if the only chance I have for explaining to you what the color blue is like is if you yourself have experienced the color blue. Like, if I tell somebody, hey, the sky was blue this morning, really pretty, who maybe lives out of state, they would still know what I'm talking about, even if they're not looking at the same piece of sky I am, right? Because they have that previous experience, of course. I couldn't write it out in a syllogism or write an equation that would make them experience the blue I saw. It doesn't work like that. And that's why I say the gap is conceptual. And that's why I even postulate something like what you call a fundamental property as a possible explanation. Maybe for me, the most sensible explanation is to promote experience as just, and when I say fundamental, just to let you know, what I mean by fundamental is just as it's used in any other context, means that it's something that can't be reduced, directly. It can't really be reduced to anything else. It just is what it is. Like, there doesn't need to be any explanation for it. Like, the brain experiences shit, and that experience is of a total different category than, say, the physical processes that correlate with the brain. Does there need to be a explanation for that correlation? Maybe not. Maybe just these things are what they are. It's kind of like gravity. Like, we don't really, gravity is like one of those fundamental properties, right? Considered right now, right? But we only see gravity in its relation to mass. Like, when there's a planet and we can see the effects of gravity, that's when we notice the effects of gravity through mass. But that doesn't mean that planets produce gravity in that way. It doesn't mean that they're the generators of gravity. Like, there's more to the story that just seems that way. And I think consciousness could be one of those things, that it just seems like the brain generates it. But in fact, there may just be a whole entire field that consciousness depends on in order to be manifested locally, right? And into a person.
Well, I guess what that makes me think is, similar to the example that you gave, the point where you would be justified in thinking that it was something other than it seemed was at the point that you could kind of demonstrate that it was something other than what it seemed. I appreciate that we're willing to talk about brain function and consciousness, at least in terms of what it seems, because in my mind, without a whole lot else to go, here's what I think. If something seems to be the case, then you have good reason to think that it is the case until you have a reason to think that that seeming is false in some way. Right. We can all think of examples where we can be fooled by an appearance. That doesn't make it fallacious to say something appears to be the case, and so that's my reason for thinking that it is the case. I think, to me, that's still a very valid inference to make. I think that when you're confronted with something that suggests that the appearance is false, or again, strong evidence that something contrary is true, then you have reason to start questioning the appearance and saying, well, maybe appearance is not enough here. But in the absence of that, I think appearance is pretty good, and that's again why I think physicalism, still gets the kind of position in the lead in my view, because it fits that description.
Yeah, and I think that's the usefulness of philosophy when you talk about stuff like that. Because, say, for example, let's go back to the radio thing, right? Let's say you were talking to the tribesman on the island. Somehow you knew his language and you could speak his language and he could understand you. And you have the benefit of all this knowledge about how radio frequency works and how radio stations work. And you have the entire story, right? And you're talking to someone who doesn't. All he knows is that there's a correlation between this radio and the Michael Jackson song or Michael Jackson music that seems to come out, or any music. All I know is that there's a direct correlation. When I take that fucking battery out, there's no longer that Michael Jackson music. So I don't know what you're talking about, Joe. You're talking about all this other stuff. I don't know about that. All I know about is this. I'm perfectly rational. And you know what I'm saying? But I appreciate that you agree that it is perfectly rational for someone who is in the position of just having a radio and not understanding how it works, and it appears to be that and in fact it is the cause of the sound that they're hearing on that framework. Exactly, within that framework.
But what I'm saying is,
right,
we would need to be in the position of knowing that there is a broadcast tower, with a DJ, spinning records and talking and everything, right? In order to be in that position of saying, hey, the radio isn't the cause of this music, right? It's making the sound. The sound is being produced by the speakers, but it's being, picked up and from these sound waves that are being broadcast by a person in some of the right. We would need to actually be in a position to know those things. If we're positing all that without being in that position, we're adding a whole lot to the explanation. The person who's on the island saying, hey, this radio, it will talk to you, voices come out of it and it makes music. They're the parsimonious ones, right? Because they only have the one entity, and that is this magical box that can talk to you, right? If we were living in a world where magical boxes could talk, they'd be right? Like, it's just a physical fact that we're not. And so, but the case when it comes to the brain, to kind of analogize it, is, well, which one are we living in? Well, we don't know. Are we living in the kind of world where a physical thing like a brain can cause the experience that we're having, or are we not? Well, we don't know. But what do we see in evidence? Well, we have in evidence our experience that we're having, and we have in evidence that the brain is highly correlated to it. And what are the other things being posited for explanations? Well, it better not be the equivalent of some made up broadcast tower, with a DJ spinning records, right? We would need to know that was the case in order to posit it.
Well, I think that the whole project of metaphysical debate and discussion and all of that is just to provide models. And that's how knowledge is born. Like, a lot of people who would say, well, the island guy was rational, whereas for him to imagine other possible causes would make him irrational, because what reasons would he have to even think outside the box to say that there is this imaginary radio tower with DJs playing Michael Jackson music? And at face value, that seems real. But again, as per logical, inference just on that statement that I just gave you, or sentence or paragraph, that makes a lot of sense. But in light of the fact that we know better, we kind of give ourselves leeway to do metaphysical speculation. For example, like do you know the story, like with special relativity and Albert Einstein and all of these things, as to how he imagined it in a dream, and then he came up with this idea called special relativity in 1905 when he produced this paper, that electrodynamics of moving bodies, and he introduced special relativity, and he didn't know it was true. He had no reasons. He just had a model based on some special weird mathematical derivation that wasn't very even popular or in use at the time. So his whole approach was sort of conceptual and theoretical. He just assumed at the basis of his idea that, the speed of light was constant. The laws of physics are the same in all inertial frames. You have all these sort of fundamentals like time dilation, length contraction, E equals mc squared, all this stuff. None of that he knew was real. All of that stuff was based on assumption, based on other assumptions, right? And then the response from the scientific community was sort of like the Islander. There was 100-page thing where 100 different physicists and educators just wrote these scathing, denouncement of this paper on special relativity. And they all denounced them. And Einstein's response was, look, I don't need over 100 reasons. All I need is one. Just give me one good reason why this is wrong. And they're like, no, the burden of proof is on you. We don't have to prove that you're wrong. We already know you're wrong. Like, we just assume you're wrong because you have no evidence to show you're right. You've given us no reason to believe you. But then in 1919, it was experimentally demonstrated, with the whole telescope and looking at the light behind the moon and all that stuff. It fulfilled predictions that keep getting fulfilled even till today. So sometimes we can look at those situations as justifying thinking outside the box, even turning paradigms on their head just to see where they go. Like, I understand the problem with idealism is the falsification problem. Like, how do you falsify it? And I get that. And it's the same thing with materialism. How do you falsify that? It's a very hard thing to do, but at least we can maybe start off with different and point out the problems on each model that kind of clue us in on how to approach the problem. Well, we know this doesn't make logical sense, or this isn't entailed in this particular implication or whatever. And we can do that. We can play that game, but it's just metaphysics. That's what they do. Philosophy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know me, I'm not against people thinking outside of the box and batting these ideas around. I'm here to participate in the batting. But I guess what I'm saying is when you ask me what I think is the best explanation for something like consciousness, and the reasons why, as I said, I think that we can consider ideas outside of the box while we're holding to what we still think is most likely and in line with the evidence. Other people, probably disagree with my assessment there, right? Or my assessment of what the evidence is and what's most likely in this case. I expect a lot of people listening may disagree, but I hope we all agree that we're all rational when we're in line with what we think the evidence points to the most, right? And even when we're considering other ideas, we need to be willing to consider other ideas, but we don't abandon what we think is still most likely in line with the evidence
right.
for doing that.
Of course, there is such a thing as biased thinking, and a lot of that bias is really popular in common in philosophy. Like, that bias is sort of like the tendency to favor arguments or interpretations that support one's existing view while ignoring the counter examples. like a physicalist emphasizing neuroscience correlations with consciousness while dismissing the hard problem of consciousness arguments, right? Or an idealist emphasizing subjective experience while minimizing physical explanatory successes. The bias, is there, and we see that. And, we all have our bias. So I don't want to say that I'm immune from it. I do sort of have a bias towards idealism only because it seems to somehow make sense to me, but it may just be totally absurd to somebody else, because, all of us, scientists included, often interpret evidence through like the framework that you already accept. Like the same evidence about the brain may be interpreted as supporting emergence or identity theory or idealism. The ideas associated with philosophers of science like Thomas Kuhn, he talks about that all the time, that, all of them, most of the theories of consciousness, he says, are just different identity theories, even emergence, that it's just the doings of the brain, or it's always consciousness is something other than what it is. And idealism is the only one that seems to say consciousness is its own thing, that is ontologically primary, kind of like mass, spin, charge, stuff like that. And so that's kind of what draws me to, that's the attraction to me too. I have that as well. But a lot of people like you, and one thing we've been going on about that I don't understand, I don't want to keep you too long, but you were saying that these sort of fundamental properties seem like magical thinking to you. I don't understand that part though, Joel.
Well, we should first clarify what we mean by magical thinking. When you look the term up, it's clear. It's kind of like if you think something, if you will something to be, if you think positively, good things will happen to you. All right. So it really is about thinking, that the belief that if a person thinks a certain way, then things will happen to them differently in the world. So, I mean, is that what you're talking about, or are we really talking about something else?
That's just an example. Like magical thinking usually.
No, that's the definition. That was the definition when I looked it up. I was expecting it to say something else, but it doesn't.
Like something from nothing is magical thinking in my view. Now, I'm not saying that it is magic. I'm saying it's magic.
I get it. I get that that's how you're using it. Okay. Right.
Yeah, like
you're just talking about like things that seem like magic.
Yeah,
okay.
Like I mean, like there's nothing.
So in this case, we're using magic as a pejorative for things that we don't think really happen, right?
Yeah. Like
so like quantum science, that's magic.
I will also say that I am prepared that if we live in a magical kingdom, I'm all for it. So I can't really say that magic isn't really a thing. I mean, if you think about it, all of science was an exploration into magic from the very beginning. It's always looking at things that couldn't be explained and trying to find that explanation. So
the
entire project is sort of like an exploration into magic, and I'm all for it. Like if there are things that we just can't explain and that they don't cohere with our human reasoning, we call that magic by definition. But it's okay. It doesn't mean that it's not true or that it's derogatory or silly. It just means that it is what it is. So I think that emergence in that sense is magical thinking because of all the reasons I've laid out all along. It's just something from nothing. But on the other hand, you're saying that, go ahead. I'll let you respond to that.
Well, I guess I was just kind of hoping that we could maybe set aside this derogatory use of the word magic and just say what we really mean about these things. Are these are the things that are being suggested things that we know happen naturally, or are they stepping beyond that? Right? I feel like that's, to me, that's the real important distinction between what I would call magic and what I would say that's not magic. Is, you know, if we know that something is happening or can happen that way, or if we're suggesting something similar to that, then we're not in the realm of magic. We're in the realm of natural happenings.
Well, I'll give you an example, because the only way we're going to observe anything is in the natural world anyways. So that's going to be the number one problem. But for example, I would say that weak emergence is not necessarily magical thinking, because weak emergence is just saying that complex behavior arises from simpler components through interactions or other behaviors governed by known laws, which are just behaviors. So that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. You know, like, you know, the wetness of water, you know, temperature or heat from moving molecules. You know, heat is it's just like wetness. It's an emergent property. But for that to emerge, you know, you have to have a consciousness. You have to have the experience of wetness. Wetness is an experience, just like heat. There is no, there isn't anything hot about moving molecules. And any one of those molecules that's moving around, there's nothing we can call heatness about it. But if you put all those molecules together moving and then combine it with a nervous system that touches the heat or experiences the heat, then we have this thing that emerges called heat. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. You know, where the magic comes in is with this whole strong emergence, which claims that new properties appear that can't be explained by underlying physical properties. For example, consciousness arising from non-conscious matter, or new causal powers appearing at higher levels, right? Like, this is problematic for me because the new property isn't logically derivable from the base level, yet it's supposed to have that causal power. So until that gap can be fixed, I would just say that it's just kind of like miraculous, you know, kind of like Sam Harris, who believes in emergence, by the way, just says that it's just part of the miracle of nature, that emergence is a thing.
Can you go back and point out where do you figure out when something's miraculous?
When something comes from nothing, like say in the example of consciousness.
If something is primordial and foundational ontologically, is that something coming from nothing?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Do you consider it something coming from nothing when you have an ontologically foundational substance, whatever that substance might be? Is that substance something that came from nothing?
Well, it's going, in most cases, you're going to see stuff coming from something. In most cases.
No, but I'm talking about the foundational ontological substance. Does it come from something? If it comes from something that's not foundational.
In this thought experiment, no, because with every ontology, there's a stopping point. And I would say that we're talking about whatever that stopping point is, right?
So it's magical thinking to propose that something is ontologically foundational, because you're proposing that something comes from nothing. That's magical thinking. But that's what you laid that out.
But remember, when magical thing is when something comes from nothing. If something always exists, it doesn't come from anything.
Right, it doesn't. So it comes from nothing. That's what that means. It means the same thing.
Not to sound nasty, but it doesn't come. It just is. In other words, like saying like you know, a lot of theists will say, well, they'll special plead for God. They'll say, well, God just always is. He eternally existed.
Yeah.
And
that's an appeal to magical thinking.
Why couldn't you say the universe always existed? And they'll say, well, that's magical. The universe can't always exist because there has to be something to cause it. And then we'll point out, well, what caused God? well, God is that endpoint. And what, you know, a lot
Yeah,
of
that's
scientists
my
say
point,
is that,
Scott.
well,
That's my point, is when people propose that something exists fundamentally, either without a cause or coming from nothing, they're proposing something that sounds very much like magic to me.
yeah, I just, in my definition of magic, something coming from nothing, fundamental properties just would not apply at all, because they just don't come from anything. They just are.
Yeah, well, that sounds pretty magical.
Yeah, and I guess that's what I'm asking you. Why is that?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that if it seems, well, I was talking about this earlier, about how whenever we start talking about fundamental ontology or cosmology of reality, we start talking about ideas that are usually putting forward something that is unlike every other thing, right? And that's kind of what we're appealing to here when we talk about magical and non-magical things. What we're really doing is appealing to our inductive reasoning and saying, hey, our experiences show us these kinds of things and these kinds of things and these kinds of behaviors. But gosh, it seems like if everything is that way, then we can't explain how everything, you know, gets started, or what's fundamental. And if we want to propose one of those things, we need to propose something that is different from everything else. But again, not only is making those kinds of proposals, you know, not something that we can point back to our previous experience and observations in order to justify, but we also need to say that it is magical in the same way anything would be magical, by saying, hey, it's outside of the realm of what we have observed as possible.
Okay, so
we can't say.
You said earlier that you lean physicalist. Physicalism, part of the definition of physicalism is that all that exists is the physical. That's the part that that's the part that I'm not willing to make that kind of claim. I don't see why I would need to make that claim. So what causes, and I know what your answer is going to be already, but I'll just go down this path with you, just to figure out where we're coming from here. Where do physical things come from? What cause physical things?
Physical things, whenever we talk about any kind of discrete object around us, we're going to find that it had prior causes. If we're talking about some kind of physical object, then we're going to say, you know, it's something that is an arrangement of materials of its substance that probably used to be in some other arrangement prior to this. And so we can kind of trace back those causes. That's the kind of realm that we are able to observe on. And so we can kind of make an inference that it goes back for some ways, but whether it goes back to some kind of termination point, or whether it goes back forever and ever, infinitely, or whatever is going on, I think that we're much better off just saying we don't know. And again, there's no impetus. There's no impetus here for us to make a commitment here.
No one really knows, but at the same time, I remember we were talking about this infinite regress and relations all the way down, no causes, just relations all the way down, and it's kind of what we're getting into here. And without an endpoint, without a first cause, so to speak, on that logic, then it seems like you would assume at some point that there's an endpoint. There has to be a first cause somewhere, right? Or are you just going to say, I don't know, and I'm kind of agnostic on the whole thing. All I know is that reality is the way it is, the way I experience it, that you don't really apply a logical argument.
Yeah, on that more local level is where I'm convinced that I'm justified in having the belief, but also the belief is really useful for interacting with reality as it is, as I experience it. And when it comes to those previous things, I just say, I don't know. I don't need to know. I don't need to accept a conclusion here to operate in my world. And you were asking, whether I lean towards some kind of starting point or an infinite thing. And my feeling is that either one of those things would be really, really weird, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what I mean when I say when we start trying to explain, or when we start trying to consider cosmology, this is when we're kind of forced into these kind of like, well, maybe it's something unlike anything.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe it's something that just refutes everything that you experience, or think is true. And it's like, well, okay, maybe, or maybe we just ought to say we don't know. I don't know.
Or you can just compare. But I would say even on a local level, though, and this is the reason why I think you can ask that question, though, and possibly get a more plausible answer. And that's because even in the local, real reality that you're referring to, we do have fundamental properties that at least scientists consider them, like mass, charge, spin, space-time, quantum fields. Those are all considered primitives because they're ontologically basis. You don't really explain them in terms of anything simpler. So they are fundamental properties. Are these scientists that would say that or do say that, would you call them magical thinkers?
Yeah, you've brought this up before. I'm not convinced that this is what people mean when they say those kinds of things. I don't think they're talking about. I don't even think they're on the subject of ontology when they talk about something being fundamental, a fundamental property of physical stuff is what they're talking about. They're saying just being physical matter entails having these properties. That's fundamental to being those things, right? Something conceptual obviously doesn't have spin and mass and charge and all of that. Maybe not everyone would agree that kind of conceptual existence, is real, but again, I think that they're using the term to mean something different there than the way you're seeming to imply it.
Do you know that's the case, or is that just your suspicion?
That's just the way I understand science, is that if you have something physical, right, it's going to have all those things: mass, spin, charge, right? That's how reality is. That's what I understand about the science, which is why when you kind of appeal to what scientists think, I kind of suspect that's the case, because that's my understanding of it. I don't think that anyone is making a claim about what's ontologically fundamental to reality.
Well, the answer is very easy to find. When again,
you've read that. I think you've read it off or posted something to me before. It just says fundamental. They talk about fundamental properties.
Well,
right?
they're not to be.
And that's what you're reading. You're reading as if they're talking about ontological fundamental or fundamental ontology, and I'm saying I don't think they're talking about the ontology of physical matter. They're saying physical stuff has this stuff. It has these properties, the fundamental properties of physical matter.
Why would you think that?
Again, that's how I understand the science.
Okay. Well, I put
What
up
made
here,
you think otherwise?
Well, I'm just wondering, it seems like by definition, fundamental really means ontology. It points to ontology. The fundamental is the ontology. Ontology is what a thing is. And so in physics, like I'm going to read from the Wikipedia, fundamental In physics, the fundamental interactions or fundamental forces are interactions in nature that appear not to be reducible to more basic interactions. So that's the same with fundamental things like gravity, electromagnetism, weak interaction, strong interaction. It's just what it is. They aren't really explained in terms of reducible aspects. I mean, that's like some real old school kind of science you're talking about, where it's just everything is just totally reducible. Everything. That's a really old 19th century way of looking at science, to be honest with you. We have 4 fundamental properties I'm bringing up here. Again, from Texas Gateway, says these forces are known as the fundamental because they alone are responsible for all observations of forces in nature. The 4 fundamental forces are gravity, electromagnetism, weak nuclear force, and strong. So there are, I don't think that this is magical thinking in the same way. And I think that's the case because they're not talking about these forces come from nothing. They're just saying they're irreducible. You know, for now, they're just fundamental. It just is what it is. We can't go any further. And I think it seems like consciousness, for me anyways, it's turning out to be the same thing. And I'm willing to say, let the physicalists keep doing studies of the neural correlates of consciousness. Let's see if maybe consciousness is some quantum interaction or some quantum fluctuation, like the or is a physicalist explanation for consciousness, that it's embedded in quantum mechanics and it's just doing some weird shit. But of course, that's all just, you know, speculative. So for now, it just seems like until we get evidence of something like that, it seems like we could easily just look at it like mass, spin, charge, space-time, quantum fields. It's just something that is. It doesn't need any explanation. And I think that's the problem with the hard problem. It's creating a problem that isn't even there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how you're relating those ideas, but when it comes to those fundamental properties, again, I think that if it's the case that we find we're living in a world where physical objects have mass, charge, spin, and all these other properties, then we could ask, you know, why is it the case, and find that there is no why. That is just the case, and that's what we would kind of be saying there. There is no explanation for why physical things have mass. They just do. There's no explanation for why something with mass has a gravitational effect. It just does, you know. So I don't know why that would be magical. If we, you know, if you thought it was going to be one way and you were surprised and it ended up being other than you expected, that doesn't make it magical or anything else. You just discovering things about the world.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that or not, Joel, because because you don't know what you don't know. It's like the beginning, the universe, our very exist. Why does things exist rather than nothing? You know, why does existence exist? It just does. That's one way to look at it. Maybe there's no reason for existence. Maybe reasoning is just something human brains do, and that we're under the illusion that all things need a reason. But if we're going to go under that framework that all things need a reason, then for now, the fact that we exist is sort of magical. Just like these properties we're talking about, these fundamental properties. In that sense, they are magical, I guess, is what you're saying. Is that if there is no explanation for why a fundamental property is considered fundamental, it has no reducible thing that you can account for, to trace back to have a cause, then it's just magic, like you say. In that way, fundamental properties would be magic. I just don't know if that's really true.
No, I was adamantly saying that we shouldn't be using magic to describe these things.
Oh, so do you think
saying-
that so fundamental properties aren't
saying-
magical? They're more like just what are your thoughts about fundamental properties then in that case?
If you're talking about the fundamental properties of physical stuff, then that's absolutely not magical. That's in the realm of natural science.
Okay, cool.
Science
Okay,
is observing it, quantifying it, writing it up as laws and other things that we're able to apply and make predictions based off of. I don't think there's any reason to think those things are magical. I think that
Perfect.
what we might be tempted to do is to say it seems weird that on some level we would just have to say, and that's just how it is, because we're so used to saying that, explaining how it is in terms of some other fact. And when we consider how reality seems like it must be, we're kind of left with this, well, we may get to the point where there is some fact, and the answer to why is it the case is there is no reason why it's the case. It just is. Now, I'm not going to assert that about anything that I believe, but what I'm saying is when it comes to the answer of, well, why does physical stuff have mass and spin and charge? I'm saying it could be we're in that area where it's just the case. That's just what it is. That's just, it's like saying, well, why do red things look the way they look to you? Well, they just do, right?
Mm-hmm.
That just is the case, no matter if we have the answer or not.
Right.
So anyway,
That's
same
right.
for that.
And I make the prediction that science, and I may be wrong, I have no evidence for what I'm about to say other than my own inferences and personal bias, but I predict that eventually science will start to see consciousness as a fundamental aspect of nature. They just will. That's just my own thought about that. Now, it won't necessarily resemble anything like, necessarily resemble idealism, and it may not resemble panpsychism. It may be something totally different a little bit than all that. But I just predict that consciousness will one day be considered a fundamental property. Just my intuition, just based on its similarities to other things already called fundamental. I think we're going to find consciousness, because we can't keep going on. I know maybe for you or some people in the audience, people are like, what's the big deal? But in philosophy of mind, this has been raging like for really centuries, but really more adamantly in the West in the last 30 years. And I just can't see that this problem just keep lingering and lingering and lingering without some new paradigm coming on. And it may just be another useful fiction for all we know. But I predict that that's going to be the case eventually. That's just my own opinion. Do you think that consciousness would be seen that way, or are you leaning towards a physical account being one day, retrievable?
Well, as I've been saying, I suspect that that's the case, that there is something, that there's a physical explanation. I think that's, in kind of that general way that we're appealing to our inductive experience, all the explanations or causes that have been demonstrated have been physical ones. So I expect we're likely that's going to be true for anything we demonstrate to be true.
Mm-hmm. And that makes sense if your framework is to see consciousness like first person experience is a physical thing. If you look at consciousness as a thing, period, then yeah, it makes sense that eventually it's going to tie into a physical other thing. But if consciousness is not a thing and it's more like a phenomenon, like a field of perception that's not tangible, it's nothing like the physical world as we describe it, then I think that it's never going to get that status as a physical thing, because No one's going to be able to point to it and say, this is consciousness. This is how much it weighs, or this is what it's doing. Like, I know some people say it does. Consciousness weighs as much as your brain does, or they'll say it's just as hot as your brain is. You can weigh consciousness. You just weigh the brain, because that's what consciousness is. It's your brain. But for me, that's problematic. For me, that's like looking at the screen of perception and trying to explain the screen by the things within the screen of perception. It's circular. It doesn't work. I'm not convinced of that, but who knows? Maybe that will be the case. But dude, man, we've been going on for, look at that time, 5 hours and 38 minutes. I must be out of my mind. I'm probably going to cut the stream here because I've been talking you to death, man. Did you have anything else you wanted to say or share or respond to? Oh, he's gone. Okie dokie. That was very rude of you, Joel. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, hey, I'm lagged out. Sorry, y'all, but I got to go. Good talk, Scott. Yeah, man, good talk as usual. And I'm going to go ahead and cut the stream. Been going on for, this is a world record. So anyways, I'm going to cut it here. You guys have a great Saturday, and we will catch up, man. Like and subscribe to the channel. I'm going to have some other guests coming on, and it's going to be really cool talking to these different people about these topics, and I think you guys will enjoy it. So if you're new to the channel, man, like and subscribe to it, trying to build a community. Anyways, guys, you have a great weekend, and I'm out later on.